Let's see here. Let's pull down a little bit on that chill hop. It's got its cool tunes on and everything, but maybe a little... Wrong button. Okay, now today's plan is... Well, first I'll check to see if I can mess around with my microphone a little bit. There we go. So today's plan is to see if we could do those rune things that I've been talking about. Everything here seems to be working just fine. Excellent. So we'll start with making a new layer. Yeah, embarrassing. We can go from 8 straight to 10. Embarrassing, well, because I had to do stuff yesterday. So we had to skip our deving. Trying out the bamboo machine. Wacom pad. Physical notes. And let's take some digital notes. Now. There we go. Yeah. Now it's 10:04:25. What are our goals? What are our goals for today? Well, the goals are simple. We shall experiment. Pretty much, we want to save our runic info, which is just the base info for the runes that we'll be using for the runic circles, in Godot resources. Now, resources in Godot are, as you might have noticed in the editor, if we jump on over into a little Godoting, and we look at, say, a scene like a player. We'll see the player has a sprite. The sprite has a texture, and this texture is technically, from Godot's point of view, a resource. Now, all files and information sources are treated as resources, but it also means there's a file type that is called, like, I think it's TRES, like text resource, which then, when it's game launches, it transforms that into a resource file. And the thing is, for its own internal use, instead of using something like, say, a JSON to store information, apparently the Godot's resource files are optimized for serialization, so saving that information for further use. I believe that also they can handle inheritance, and you can put functions in them and so on. So instead of using something like an XML or JSON file, or I don't know, freaking CSV or whatever, we can use the Godot's inbuilt file type that is usually meant so that it's very good for storing information. Now, it's a good thing I checked that one out earlier, so I was also wondering, like, is it really better that way? And then I was thinking, well, should the runes be a class? And then I was like, well, that wouldn't work because I don't need to, like, create new runes on the fly. I just need to have a place to store and save all runic information. And this way, because I do believe they should have inheritance, I mean, I can have one base sort of type ratings of class for the runes, even resources. Because if we go back here, we had the idea that we have, say, a runic circle with the most basic type, but we have 3 runes. We have, again I have to get, so we'll have a runic circle. Let's do a little visualization here. So 1 and 2 and 3. Now, runes function in that, in the sense, one leads to the other, right? So that is how the circle. It has to be a logical if this then that completes the circle, and it doesn't technically stop there. So it can like loop forever. This is why, and this is how we get the cooldowns and so on. Because we have, say, a power source. Sorry, I have a hiccup. So we have a power source here. Where the heck am I? Sorry, brain fart. There we go. So this is a power source. Power. Me. I have a power source rune, which we'll call P. We'll have F here for our filter rune. And then we'll have some sort of, we'll call E for emitter. These are like the basic types of runes that we'll be having. Now, power source will be to be determined in the future how exactly that works. So we'll have different kinds of power sources. For example, we could have power sources that depend on you, the player, having items. Like say, like something that an enemy they drop some kind of power crystal, and that means every time you use it, you actually have to have a power crystal. So that we'd have a runic circle with ammo. And we have a power source that pulls in the ambient magical power of the universe, and it is an infinite one, but it's not necessarily the most efficient. And then that sends power over the filter. Now the filter depends on what it needs to. So we say, because it's this one that gives the sort of elemental designation to the spell that we'll then be emitting. So we have a filter for fire. So technically, this is, let's say, like a fire rune. Now it takes the raw power and filters out everything else except for the fire, and sends that out, or separates the fire from the raw power, and then it sends that power further to the emitter. Now the emitter then will take any like purified energy that is and turns that into a spell, which for our purposes will be a projectile. And these projectiles are something we've been working on previously. It's supposed to be a sort of fireball, instead it's a fried egg, but it's fine. Projectile fried egg flies out from the emitter, depending on what kind of energy it got and how they all work together. So in the future, there'll be different kinds of runes that will set out emit the magical energy in different ways. Filters will be of varying efficiency and type. Maybe some will be able to filter out more than one elemental energy and send that forward. So you then have to like figure out how to match all of these together and build your spell, and eventually we'll have more spots for more runes for more effects. You know, we could have like, you know, from a single power source, we'll have actually outputs for two, so we have two separate filters, and then they go into one emitter type, you know, that kind of stuff. So we can then have a more complicated and the more two-dimensional and then one-dimensional series of if this then that. And hello there, Andrea Master. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day there, friend. I gotta like see about dealing with this chill hole. You know what? Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Good, thanks. Good to hear, my friend. Now, that is the sort of core logic I'm gonna have using for the runes, and this is why we can use these sort of like Godot resources to create a sort of like base class, essentially, in a easy to save format. So that we have a base class for filters. Example. We here create base classes for rune types. That'd be a great day. Thanks for hanging out there, Andre. No worries, no rush. So we'll have the create base classes, and an example we'll look at the filter, for example. because for our testing, we'll make one single power source, a more basic one. We'll do one single emitter for now, and then we'll do different kinds of filters, I think, for us to experiment with. So we'll have, say, filter rune. It just takes in, it takes input and takes input, calculates output, and then I don't know, freaking sends output. That's the base class, and from that one we can make, say, a fire rune, which has an input that's good. Stuff. Fire rune input equals raw power. Then it does a calculation of input times 0.25. Let's take a quarter of that, and then outputs 0.25 fire and 0.75 raw. That's the idea of the filter. So it doesn't like make anything disappear. It just separates what you want from the jumbled mess. Then the emitter takes the, depending on the emitter, we'll have the emitter which takes input and let's just say creates projectile. And then what is output? Well, outputs excess energy as exhaust back to power source, and then power source calculates cool down based on exhaust outputs and outputs raw power. Now that is the idea here. And then of course, like I mentioned, we could have in the future power sources that are dependent on some form of ammunition, would be some sort of like elemental power crystal or something. And then that way you can maybe skip the filter and just have a power source that sends pure elemental information because it or power because it takes it from an item and sends that to an emitter, and then you can make again different kinds of structures using your runes. But this is the most basic one I've been fiddling around with in my head. So let's see how this works out. Save our changes. Jump on over into Godot. Let's see, what do we have? We have attacks. Inside attacks we have no. This is gonna have to be its own folder. All is called rules. Ah, right. Add that quickly. Yeah, I'm running this by my mouse. Not my best skill. My handwriting isn't the best, and doing it via mouse is even worse. That's the idea. So we get all the sprites for the runes, because they will have to be then visually represented somehow to the player. So all of that can be saved inside the resource, and that way we don't have to like load everything. Well, hello there, Uglag. Like, I'm glad to see you, and I hope you're having a wonderful morning, my friend. So this our goal for today is just create some runic bases for some rune for the rune creation system, and hopefully maybe get a rune creation system running as well. Side, we'll have another folder and we'll call that one resources. Now here we see we have a new resource file object to create. Class resource, base class for serializable objects. Isn't that lovely? And if I remember correctly, once we create new classes, then we can make directly another resource of that class. Resources, new resource. Sorry for the absence yesterday. I was lurking the entire time, but thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the lurks, my friend. You know, I appreciate all the lurkers just as much as the chatters. I do understand. You know, some people have just more busy days. It's fine. Now we'll call it base underscore power source. Actually, we'll do a quick little cancel. Create new resource. What are they called? Okay, yeah, see, because I was using. Actually, no, should probably call it power source base. That makes sense, because they had power source fire, power source something, and this will be the base class. Sure. Shave. Now inside here, we have this one, and resource, logo file, path, reference counted script. It has all the Godot's inbuilt hierarchy systems inside this one file, which is very neat. Now, trying to remember how exactly did this. How about we look here? That one. Class resource, inherits ref counted object, inherits animation, wow. Resource the base class for all Godot specific resource types, serving primarily as data containers. They inherit from ref counted resource, also reference counted and freed when no longer in use. Be nested within other resources and saved on disk. Well, hello there, One Cosmos. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you very much. Glad you liked the stash. It was sort of curly, extra curly today, doing a bit of a tusk shape. Doing my best to get it under control. We'll see how it behaves for the rest of the stream. Ooh, a signal. Submitted when resources change. Usually one of the properties is modified. We also emit change. Okay, that's excellent. So we can have a resource file that is optimized to be serialized and has inbuilt freeing and everything that's happening. Uniquely capable of storing and instantiating the nodes it contained as many times as desired. Fact scene. Ah, that one, yeah. GT script. Resources can be loaded from the disk by the resource path. And it keeps a global cache of all loaded resources referenced by paths. A resource will be cached when loaded in for the first time and removed from cache once all references are released. Nice. Wonder how to avoid using nodes for everything. Yeah, nice. Actually, no, let's click that. What is this? Oh, it's an online tutorial. Only a little more complex than object. The direct references to themselves. Only delete and load memory. Waka waka waka. Okay. Settings, configuration, reusable assets. Yeah, going for with resources. Excellent. The thing is, scripts, back scene files, other types, like each of the audio effect classes. Yeah, the inspector compatibility. Nearly lightweight object graphic config will be display and export properties. Okay, cool. But I'm gonna start closing these as well. There. It's a ref counter. It can have a script. Local to scene. Resource. Why do you remember that these were something you could like open? Oh, shit. Remember SC is no. Dependencies. Oh, basic class dress is in use. Changeable. Thank you for. Okay, we don't need those. Something here that is too obvious. New scripts, new text file. Otherwise, can I open it from here? So we got runes, resources. Parameter SC is null. So Ursas, that's what we want, because we want the resource files to be saved on resources. And now we're just gonna figure out how exactly do this. Is it just here? Resource ref count. Now let's see here, friendo. Okay, let's look at the big file here. You have signals. Requested. This signal is only emitted when the resource is created. Override set up the local scene instead. Okay, let's see here. In this tutorial, we focus on the node class, the ba-bam. There's another data type to support resource. The boom, nodes give it functionality, the draw sprites, anything Godot saves or loads from disk is a resource. Meet a scene, an image or script, there's some user examples. Now do what to save resource. They can be external. Save the disk image files built in, saved inside the scene or scene files as they're attached to. So texture 2 is a scene resource. Cool. Do its load resource for code. Reload, loading scenes. So creating your own resources. Like any object in Godot, users can also script resources. So scripts inherit the ability to freely translate between object properties and serialized text or binary data. This comes with many distinct advantages over alternative data structures, such as JSON, CSV, or custom text files. Users can only import these assets as a dictionary or as a file access to parse. Sets resource apart is their inheritance of object, ref counted, and resource features. They can define constants, so constants from other data fields and objects are not needed. They can define methods, including setter-getter methods for properties, so for abstraction and encapsulation of the underlying data. Resource script structure needs to change the game using the resource need not also change. Okay. For signals, which we notice very cool. They're defined on properties, so using the 100% that their data will exist. Auto-serialization and deserialization is a built-in Godot feature. Users do not need to implement custom logic to import-export a resource file's data. Resources can even serialize sub-resources recursively, meaning users can design even more sophisticated data structures. Users can save resources as version control friendly text files. Upon exporting a game, Godot serializes resources as a binary file for increased speed and compression. Godot Engine Inspector. Godot Engine's Inspector renders and edits resource files out of the box. As such, users often do not need to implement custom logic to visualize or edit their data. To do so, double-click the resource file in the file system dock or click the folder icon in the inspector and open the file in the dialog. Then other resource types besides just the base resource. Okay. Create plain resource object inspector. Even type the drive resource on script is extended type. Set the script property in the inspector to be your script. Resource help subresource strings. Well, good morning, Wasteland Puppy TV. I hope you're having a wonderful day and a lovely morning yourself. Having lucky meeting the gym. Well, that sounds good. You're an efficient dude, and good on you for taking care of yourself. Support for a stats resource from any Oh right, yeah. Okay. So you're saying do a stands resource. Well, hello there. Welcome back, Android Master. Last name, power, resource, base class. What does our thingamajig need? For testing, we will use our export variable of like int, which has things. And we'll call it raw underscore hour. Of course, that needs to be small. And your default value, we'll leave it 100. Look at that. Messed up. So fast, so quick. There. Well, hello there, Blocky. Hope you're having a wonderful day there yourself. Let's see here. We are exporting another variable. What should we call this one? I like your bongo cat. What I'm still in Spice Cave. Oh, me too, Blocky. Yeah, that's where I logged out. I left, you know, around the same time you did last night. Yeah, I'll go back there eventually, deal with that. Today I'll be doing Godot and then eventually back to some Minted Story. Next time you'll join it? Okay, cool. That would be quite nice. Especially, yeah, because I still need the glider schematics. Because I think that would make navigating all those crazy mountains also a little easier. You can just glide down. At least hopefully. I'm not sure how well it works. Name. String. Equals power source. Now, if we're making it into a resource, we should also be able to make functions in here. Function, except, at the beginning. Get total raw. Output an int. Return. Raw power. There you go. Power source base class. Resource. This will be the filter base class. Export var right. No. Your free type texture. To the starts out null. See, because with the export of these, now in the editor, we can see we have our raw power number, our name, which we can change from here, and a sprite, which is currently empty, so we can just like quick load in various types of possible columns, textures, straight from the editor. This is the base class, and from this, now all this will be inherited by any children made from the power source base class. But more importantly, the filter one. Here we'll have Last name. Um, rune filter base class. Extend resource because we want all the benefits of being a resource. Now this one has a variable export variable name string which equals or which has value of default filter. Yeah, so we have a placeholder. Oh, wrong symbol there. What did we save in for type? For now, we'll save it as an int. We can probably come up with a better way eventually. Then again, we could use an int because that would mean we can then use a. I've got the word. But there's ways to make it more human readable. Now, what did the rule need to do? Takes in raw and it calculates. Export bar. Filter underscore modifier. The type float, which we shall default to 0.25. Func. Filter inputs. Raw underscore input takes in how do you store this information? I'm thinking like for now we could do it like text. We'll just do a float for now. And it outputs float. Of course that wouldn't work because I wanted it to output more than one types. So filter rule takes input, calculates output, sends output, but it includes like fire and that. So we'll have to do dictionary. Lovely. Okay, new. Nope. Var output of type dict equals nothing. string. We'll change you from a number. Well, name. Let's call it base. Default type. Output. Type equals raw input times filter modifier. Output raw equals that's the value of raw input minus output type. Turn output. Resources. Create new resource. Base class for CLS objects. Make a new resource. What are we calling it? We shall call it a moon filter fire. I'll just call it room filter fire for now. Clickety clack. There we go. And last name moon filter fire. Extends moon filter base class. Yeah. Basically, input provides built-in support for custom shit and sure. Okay. Stuff. Godot class inheritance from resource fails. Let's see here. Oh, is it that simple? Dwarf Fortress is here, so let's save all of this. Okay, that's there. Good. I should be able to. Sure, I've tried to save all of these, but we'll save and quit. Try again. Run times? No, not run. Edit. What is this? Well, hey there, Reverted. Oh, how are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the raid. And welcome, Raiders. Raiding Party of 18. Hope you're all having a good time. Oh, what is this? Oh, Reverted. Oh, cool like Thor. Hey, Viking Raiders, Sailor and Valman, witness the runic sorcery. Learn a blessed thy code with wisdom. Well, thank you very much, Reverted. And thank you, Nutcracker. Thank you very much, everyone. And yeah. Hello, everyone. Yes, those who don't know me, I am son of Hannu. They call me Hannu, son of Hannu. I am a variety streamer of many things. And I've started to work on my own little game project. And I'm trying to learn Godot while I do it. So now I've tried to start my streams when possible by doing some either game dev or art streams. And then later on switch over to actual gameplay. And right now, today's task is to figure out how and when to use resource files made in Godot. Now, if I look here, for example, because I'm trying to make a filter thing. This thing should be extending Rune Filter base class, which is this one. Copy. For some reason, could not find the base class, which is mildly annoying. Finally get to raid you. Ass opposite time zone. That is very true. That's very true. Yes, for those who don't know, yes. Hello, I live in Finland. Yes. Greenwich Mean Time +2. I'm not sure how, but yeah, that's usually like 10 hours or so ahead from a lot of the US. So some of you might still be living in Wednesday? And I'm here, started on almost 11 a.m. on a Thursday. It's 3 a.m. here. Oof. Well, sounds like it's time for you to go to bed then. Yeah, I'm almost hitting 11 a.m. So yeah, I've had my sleep. I've had my start for the day. Still tired as all heck though. But yeah, now I'm trying to figure out why this one could not find the base class of Rune Filter base class, which is right there next to it. Now they should be able to find each other, but there's something that is too obvious for me. So I'm pretty sure I've done something like this in the past, but I can't remember how. Presentation extends rest action base GT to extends action base has a silly problem. I'm looking at other. Oh wait. Is it really this simple? Probably is. Could be I was doing things in the wrong order. First we extend resource, then we define the class name of Rune Filter base class. We go into the fire. First we extend, then we... Nope. Oh, silly me. Why am I not seeing it? There we go. Set up way later than I wanted, but had to test the new mod pack. That seems to be nice and smooth. Had no rest. Ooh, that's cool. Had problems getting people connected, but I've a lot of tries. Successfully managed to get 4 out of the 5 regulars on. We'll try tomorrow on the 5th. Well, that's good. Make sure there are no major mod errors or conflictions. That is true. That is hard work and very important to do to make sure everyone has a good time. And the ones those who couldn't get on before could. That they could log in and out. Yeah. Some frustration, a little temper losing at a couple of points, but it was just not making sense. In the end, it smoothed out. Well, that's good. And yeah, I totally know the feeling of you're getting errors. You know there's a problem, but you can't find the problem. Like, why aren't you working? You know, you get an error message and you're okay, but I solved the thing. Why is this a problem? How is it possible? And you keep on trying to figure out and fighting for like, why won't you just do the thing? And suddenly it does the thing and you're like, why is it okay now? Why was it not okay previously? Like, sorry, really no issues. Yeah. That's exactly how it goes. That's why I like low-level coding languages, because they mostly have very then on-point debugging as well. In my experience, you know, people with more experience might tell me I'm very wrong. But in my experience, they had very good debug information, so I could very much find always what was wrong. Because then at least I can have a chance of fixing or trying to figure out why is it wrong and how do I fix this. But if you can't really figure out what exactly is the issue, then it's really hard to fix the issue. Now, Crazy was stuck on a black loading screen before the password and Jonah was crashing completely. So 2 different connection issues. Ooh, lovely. Yeah, and that's a different one, difficult one to say. Fix, I guess, because you don't know, is that a problem with, is it the mod packs? Is it a random connection issue? Is something like hijacking the connection? Is this actually something completely different? Wanted to reset their config. Only profile and reset the PC? Well, surprisingly often, the answer is turn it off and on again. That is also because computers, when they work and they do their thing, they end up having a whole bunch of essentially junk information or old connections that they're remembering. And sometimes those are exactly the ones that lead them to go astray, because they keep on trying to make a connection with a certain point over there, but that point does not exist because it has moved on, or the mod pack has changed it. So you have to then start fresh. So you make completely new connections and check everything, the hard way, and then you maintain the new connections between memory and information and all that jazz. Okay, no power. Why? Oh, it worked. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah. So sometimes the computers, they just have too many memories of things that aren't currently helping you, because there's a lot of automation that happens in a machine that is designed to make it all work faster, and it is very required for things to work at the speeds we have computers working nowadays. And a part of that usually is remembering where we found, a thing last time we looked. But those things can then move around, especially if you have mod packs or things that might change, or things that there's changes on one end and the first end doesn't know about those changes, because then it's trying to find the thing at where it's supposed to be. But if you can't find it, and it doesn't have instructions for what to do, then it'll just be there desperately trying to make a connection with something that just doesn't exist. Especially also because it might have instructions of what to do, but if it's not getting any feedback, so our connection has failed. Because if it gets a feedback, connection failed, okay, then we'll try again and do it the proper way. But if it's trying to connect with something that literally is not there, it might not be getting any feedback, and then also the computer doesn't know what to do. So keep on banging its head against that wall. I'm gonna get this. Learn 2 ways to fix things if people have initial issues. That's always good. Learning is always good. See if they want to log in correctly. Once they don't have issues again. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because like it was you giving my very idiotic example there, but because then the computer, once you have at least one good connection, then it'll remember, okay, to make this connection, I need to, I get this information from here, here, and here, and then it'll do that. Why is this not working? So remember, this is a thing. I have done this before. I can't like export extend. No. How do I? How do I do the thing? Oh, this example is stupid because it's all GD. Am I doing it wrong? And they will not. One mod coding session to another. Yeah. Make your own game, or I'm making my own game. It is super simple right now. Let's see if it'll turn on. Like it's got so far working title, Runic Fun Times. Where we have our character and you just move around. It's a Vampire Survivors inspired. I'm using this silly animation from another game I made. Enemies come in waves and you shoot at them. Now, what I'm trying to make now is the system that I want to use for making the attacks themselves. So I want the core of the game to be actually like designing your own weapon, instead of like in Vampire Survivors where your enemy, you unlock like new classes, new characters to play, or so on. So instead you have your one character, and that doesn't really change. But what changes is you unlock more things, more runes, and you build your own like runic circles of like, and then you have to design it like in Noita, your wands, where you have then one rune leads to another, like, and that leads to another. So if I go, okay, the time between the waves is a bit too much, and needs to be shortened. But it is very much early days on this project. Now here it is. Yeah, so the goals is like if you have a runic circle, like one always leads into the other. So we have a power source which sends out like a raw power to a filter, and then that one filters out what you want. Like say we have a fire rune, so the fire magic goes forward to emitter, and that turns that fire magic into a projectile, and everything else that is not of that power gets sent back to the power source, and that becomes like exhaust, and that will slow it down. So that then determines the size of our cooldown. So when cooldown is done, then the power source can send again energy to the filter sends it to the emitter, and shell sends our next attack. And that way you can then design your own stuff. Ah, shit, ads. So that way, and this is a super simple one. The idea is to then eventually have even more different kinds of runes, and then more complex like shapes in the runic circle. So we'll have like one rune can like, so we'll have, it's this like 1 leads to 2, which will go back to 1, that kind of stuff. So this is the sort of mechanic I most will be the core of the game, and the sort of Vampire Survivors top-down survival or like wave shooter is just, well, then where do we use the spells? So right now I'm trying to figure out how do I do this. Now I'm thinking it might be better if I do this, to be honest. It might be the problem is this one. Okay, I'm confused now. I saw another example where someone did this very thing. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Yeah, but hopefully, that made somewhat sense. So that's the core idea of the game. Now I'm just trying to figure out like the idea. So how do these resource files then supposed to work? I'm doing this off screen so I don't accidentally. No, Google doesn't do anything weird. Class inheritance. There we go. Here's someone asking the correct question. Even though it's theoretically possible, extend and inherit any native type, running it to the scene will cause errors and can't be instance object of type node. Script to inherit from defined type use without having to reference it first. Referencing a node first, then getting and editing the resource that way, and it changes me to wow. Okay. Then resources based item and extend base item as weapon item. Function use is called derived class, weapon item. One resource that type, store mesh resource. Blah, blah. Okay, this is super interesting for everyone because you can't see what I'm doing. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to. Shit. So let's see. Extend resource type. Oh. What's up, Godot? Keep on returning to this one. Godot Engine's actual own documentation, which is very good, but also there's something here obviously that I seem to be missing. If the script language supports script classes and streamline positivity name for your script alone will add it. Lectures, patient dialogue. Get the resource, name bot stats. File tab with full name botstats.res, .script. It's useless, this has some data and logic. Add the script to it, name botstats.gg, or just get your script and drag it to it. Now create checkboard 3D. Export that resource. Resource scripts are similar to Unity scriptable objects. Waka waka waka. Waka 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 waka. inner class of script. Okay. Well, that looks like I have a lot of trying out to do still. So, filter basics. Sport bar. Sprite. AMG. Let's do this. Texture 2D. Starts out. No. No, we have the filter. Oh. There we go. Wrong symbol. Now, so this one goes to null. Then we filter outputs, and that is going as intended. So we'll outputting raw type input. Or type input. Cool. We'll have make fire rune or something dumb like that. Make fire rune. Output void. Or type equals fire. No. There we go. Yeah. Then extends resource class name rune filter base class. Export default filter default type. Type fire name fire filter. Yes, we can use the same damage modifier here. So now let's change that one into filter modifier equals there. These are basic fire rune. Type fire, name fire filter, filter modifier 0.25. This one just looks at the information we have and returns the output as a dictionary. Cool. So then the fire thing we'll just have to wait. Create new resource. Create. I shall call this one rune emitter class. Rune emitter base class. Copy that one and save that one. Alright, this one so I can actually see chat. Oh no, it's just the bot. Our friendly buttery boo giving us nice hello. Now, it's a script. Cancel. Extends resource. Class name. Your mama. Well, hello there, little bunny foo-foo. Be very, very quiet. Well, sadly, I heard the bling of a chat message. How are you doing there, little bunny? And why are you not asleep? I'm pretty sure it's way past your bedtime. Although, of course, I'm very happy to see you here, as always. Hope you're having a lovely day in general. This one, yes, we're going to start with a basic variable of just name. String. And go with nice default emitter. Nice awkward name so that, you know, if I see them, I know something's gone wrong because these names are not supposed to be visible in the actual thing. Hey there, Locutus. Runes indeed. And hey, Locutus. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We can see if we can make runes happen. And also, if I can figure out how to use Godot resources in a more or less correct way. Now we have export my name string default emitter. I had to do human junk. I mean, yeah, I guess that's good. I mean, if it's different, it's I think it's not considered good to do non-human junk. That's used against the law in many places. Interacting with that stuff. Add water the plants. It happens. The plants, they can get very, very thirsty. But I hope you're now, well, once you have all your stuff done, I hope you're doing a little better now and have a nice chance to relax and crawl into that lovely soft bed of yours and enjoy your army of stuffed animals. Hey, I was thinking of a similar joke. Very fun. Nice. Oh yeah. So what does our rune emitter do, though? It takes input and uses that to create an output. Can it actually create an output? Well, right now, I can actually store that information. I can. If I use text, I have the projectile scene here. Yeah, they can have constants here. That is okay. I just remembered I am not doing any of the correct statistics here, so we'll do gosh, bacon. Bonas. I am not best today, it would seem. Gosh, why are you like this machine? Copy. No one never got it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Whoop. So what kind of runes are we talking about here, Shahano? Well, there, Locutus, we are considering... The idea is that in our game we have sort of runic circles, and those are going to be the basic core of the games, like designing your own weaponry. I'm taking inspiration from Noita, so it's essentially an if-then that, string of logic. The most basic ones we're starting out right now is, I'm seeing how... I'm guessing I should be able to store all this information, because it's just data, inside resource files in Godot. And I'm just wondering, like, how to fix up inheritance and everything with that. The idea is we have your sort of like power source node, which sends out in our first origin will be just 100 units of raw power. Goes to filter, which filters out the energy you want. Like, for example, let's say we have a fire rune for our spell, so it filters out the fire magic, and which in our example will be about 25%. So it's 1/4 fire magic. So then it separates that into two separate pieces of two numbers of our fire magic, and the rest of what's left over as raw magic power. That is then sent forward to an emitter rune, which uses that information to create a projectile, ergo the attack. But it can only do that with like pure purified magical power. So it will be only the fire magic that is sent here. The rest, that is raw magic power, is sent back to the power source, and that it will effectively function as a kind of exhaust for the system. So, and the amount of raw power going into the power source determines the length of our cooldown for the spell. So it needs to like burn through the raw power, and then once it's done with the cooldown, then it sends another 100 out, and then so that way you can have a ongoing attack. So the idea is, I want to then from the beginning have the design philosophy that in the beginning we'll only have these three, because I just need to test how the resource and how everything works together. And then we're going to design different kinds of runes that work together, and then we'll have more complicated runic circles, because this is just like one goes to one goes to one. where we could have like 1 goes to 2, goes back to 1. And that way you can have more complicated effects that happen to the projectile you're creating. Plus, of course, maybe it's not emitting a projectile. Maybe it's making a force field around you, like a shield of fire or something. And for that, though, I want it to be as contained as possible. So every logic arises from this one. Like, there's a word for this. Sorry, English is not my first language. It is my third one. But the idea is to then, to have so you design your runic filters, your circles, and then right now the game is just runic fun times. See, we have enemies coming at us. We aim towards our mouse, and we shoot them. Right now it is just tortillas against joggers, and then they give up trying to sell their gym memberships because we break their keto diets. And right now it's just, whenever I click, it makes a little ball thing. And the idea is to actually then have multiple different kinds of runes determining, do we send out like, just like a sphere of power, or like a wave, and so on. So, I want to add more complexity to it, but right now I just need to figure out how resources work and how do I get them all to work together. And how do I make all of these turn into an attack? I'm quite new to Godot as well, so doing my best. Now, what was I doing? Imagery base class. So far, we have a projectile scene saved in here. We have a name, which currently is default emitter. What else does our... There we go. Just name default emitter. What else could our beloved little thingamajig here do? Well, it needs to take that input and use that to create a projectile. And then send excess information over to our to the power source. So we need a function for that one, which would be, just call it make projectile, I guess. Input of filtered inputs, which currently is a dictionary. I might not have to might be easier to turn that into a class item or something, so we can just pop out more of those easily enough. Because I don't like things being dependent on, strings, because there's always a chance, especially for me, that I misspelled stuff. And your output is avoid, actually, for now. Very fun. I like the idea of the chain of things, filtering and so on. If I have any questions, I can try to answer, but I see you also like to use docs. So I feel like you'll find the answer one way or another. Well, I will usually find it one way or another. And thank you very much for the offered help, though. I was in bad places where I use strings currently. I need to change that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm using dictionaries now in many places, but they're all, most of them at least should have my little, to-do markers here, like, what's it? Replace, predict, the madman. There we go. Because, well, I do easily do a little misspelling, and I would hate for the game to have a crash because I just misspelled something. So whenever I can avoid using straight up strings for things, I prefer doing that. Now we have a make projectile, so we'll have a variable of new projectile. It's type from projectile dot instantiate. Here we have a problem. Where does our projectile go? Resource file can't really make this one. That is why. Okay, but who calls this? Player clicks a button. We want an attack. We'll have to have some sort of like circle manager that goes that it's actually like asking all the runes one at a time for what to do. In that sense, we'll have to see what is our. Is that just a node? Say node 2D. Or is it a pack scene? I can't remember. Let's check it out. I do love Godot's documentation. Super clear, easy to access, delightful. Simplify interface to scene file. Excellent. That's exactly what I needed. It's a packed scene indeed. Oh, and we then return the new projectile. And in between, new projectile needs stuff. Our projectile is here. It's the attack stats. Which means we have to create the attack stats based on that one. Attack stats should be turned into a resource because this is just purely holding information. There's no need for this to be a node. Anything instantiated is a node, if I'm right. I think everything is a node, yeah, but the thing is because we're doing a scene, which is we're instantiating the projectile scene, which is the one that has all of this stuff. So that's why I do believe is a packed scene. There you go. Simplify and interface the scene file before it's access operation. Can be used to save a node to the file when saving nodes as well as nodes don't get saved. Node doesn't need to own itself. Yeah, so here we will use load instead of preload. Path is known. Yeah, because when we use preload, I believe the output is a packed scene. Or scene, packed scene. Ah, it's not helping me at all, now is it? Here we go. Click preload. Returns a resource from the file system looked at, locate at path. Crap. Well, that doesn't help me. Close. So is it instantiate? Instantiate the scene node hierarchy. Triggers child scene instantiations. Triggers node notification scene instantiation. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, the error should tell. That is very true. Eventually, I'll get an error. Can't assign a value of type node variable new projectile specified type packed scene. All right, fine. You are quite correct. Ah, fake nuggets. There we go. What is this? Triple Jump Games. Well, thank you for the party of 5. Hello, Raiders. What were we up to? You up to software and game development yourself. Nice. What were we up to? How did your stream go? And yeah, node contains everything. Word. How's it going? Hello, Triple Jump Game. It is going quite well. I am I'm quite new actually to new to development in general, but I'm gonna try to make my own game. I have my cool, funny little ideas, and we'll see if I can make them work. You can go dev? Nice. As you can see, so am I. Oh, and of course, hello everyone, all the raiders and so on. I am Hannu, son of Hannu. I am a variety streamer and I'm an extremely amateur game developer. A couple of weeks back, last week actually, I started a new game project, which is, I'm trying to make sort of like a runic circle based Vampire the Survivor's clone, where instead of you unlocking new, characters with skills and so on, you unlock new runes and stuff so you can design your own weapons better. And then based on those runes, we will have like a power source and filters out certain like elements, and then using an emitter room, it creates a projectile of some type or a field and so on. You know, once we get there. Right now, I just need to make the stuff work together. And remember how resources could do inheritance and all that jazz. Well, I'm getting there, slowly but surely. Yeah, and otherwise, yes, I either play games, like on Mondays, I do My Summer Car. Today I'll be doing some Dwarf Fortress, and another game I play a lot lately has been Vintage Story. I'm open to, you know, most kinds of games, really. Oh yes, and on Sundays, I always take part in the Triple Jump games. Well, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it very much. You're very kind. Hope you have a lovely day, my friend. Now, yeah, sorry, brain fart. Yeah, on Sundays I take part in the Try Jam, 3-hour game jam, where you have 3 hours to make a game. It happens every weekend. Every weekend there's a new new theme, and you have over the weekend you have pretty much the time to design and make it. You have as much time as you want for designing it, but you have to then, based on our honor system, of course, yeah, you just have to then, you only have 3 hours to do the actual development and creating resources for it. You can work it as a team, but I've been doing everything myself. It's been a lot of fun, and I've even gotten a few games actually in a functional state. It is quite the challenge. Alright, now I'm doing shenanigans. Create a new projectile. Then the new projectile needs attack stats, because it has attack stats, and it can hang out all this jazz. And this is based on the runic information we got from the filter. Mostly I want to affect damage and elements. Yeah, a lot of these are currently just nonsense because I put in nonsense for testing. Now our rune emitter creates that. The attack stats in question is. This is setters and getters, and I've sort of realized a lot of this is just nonsense. I'd probably stop with. Need some creatine. Yeah, it does. Some protein. Now and then, yeah, I'm calling it carbs because I happen to have an asset I made to another game, and I use that as the enemy animation of a jogger, and I just thought it was funny because then the attack that I also made it like super quickly, the projectile site. I was going for like, I don't know, some kind of energy ball, and I just realized it looks a little bit like a tortilla. So throwing tortillas at joggers is currently what we're doing. And we're hoping to eventually create cool magical spells to attack our various enemies. Now, all of that needs to go. Now these can say that needs to go. Hey. But for now, we just need to get it to work. We can retain speed, we can retain the cool sound. Yeah, the cooldown doesn't do anything right now. Plus also it shouldn't be here. So I'll do that. Oh wait, no, it's in attack stats. Yeah, okay. But these same stats are used by other things. That is okay. Now, well, this one actually carries its own projectile information as well. But let's ignore that one, because this is from testing. From getting stuff to sort of maybe work. Now we need to get stuff to actually work. Well, with the new system. Refactoring will come eventually. Right now we just need it to somehow flow. Now we have damage elements, so we will Zap elements replaces the one, yeah? Oh, okay, yeah, this is just carrying this information right now. And of course, yeah, because this right now is a script and so on, and I think and it extends node, which is pointless, because this should be refactored into a resource file. No point in this being a node. So we something to damage, and we set elements. We can do that. Side projectile, because projectile has attack. Rune filters. New projectile dot attack equals attack stats. New back nuggets. No, not to distract you too much. Just curious what you want about with your chatbot. I'm creating an overlay myself with the Twitch API. Wondering if you use that API as well, or if it's a used service or something. Oh, my chatbot currently? It's just pre-made stuff that I wrote into StreamerBot. Underbot is just StreamerBot on a timer. That's all he does. And reacts to certain things. Like if the chat is quiet for long enough, then the reminder for like, hey, yo, check out my YouTube and shit, that won't be repeating itself because it did that a little bit in the beginning. So now it has been an X amount of activity in the chat before it can combined with timer having run out, then it'll send that and that message. And otherwise the Honeybot about the ads is also just using the Twitch API to get the notification that ads are about to start. And then I have set, because I've set up my ads timer, then I know how long the window is for ads. So once it's done, then it sends the ads are over. And that is also more to me as well than everyone else to just know like, oh, we are in ads or ads are over. You know what? For now, we'll just do this. New projectile. Attack. Dot. Damage. Plus equals. Got it? Thanks, no worries. I've been meaning to do more stuff with StreamerBot, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet because it's super cool. Nice sort of low level access to everything, or seemingly low level access at least. But then yeah, I haven't really had that many ideas that could actually work. some semblance of concepts, but then they end up being like, wait, no, would there be any point in having this kind of like, command or something? But yeah, because I think I have. Yeah, I also added Seribot, of course, because I got followbotted a little while back and stuff. Then I thought, well, I'm gonna actually get like an actual professional protection made by someone who knows what they're doing, and I can just faff about with my StreamerBot whenever I want, whenever I can instead. Now, any damage can be announced to float. That's 0.0. And attack element is an array. Starts out empty. I believe it's an array, right? We had elements is, yeah, array, cool. So then we do for lm or element in filtered inputs if element does not equal I think it should be a raw. Let's see here. Rune filter. Actually, yeah, these should probably be. Again, in dictionaries, I should replace them with other things. For now, if m does not equal raw, then attack 1626. Ah, yeah. Oh, there we go. Attack elements dots and elements. More element in filtered outputs. If element. Oh. Oh, int. Such mistakes. Now we're looking for every element inside the filtered inputs. So currently our filter will only output 2. It'll put out whenever it's filtering 4 and raw. But the idea is still to already design like, what if we had filters that can filter multiple elements, so we can have multiple elementally affected attacks and so on. And yeah, so attack elements, append elements, and new damage plus equals filtered inputs elements, right? And new projectile, we now create a new attack stats. And yes, I know there are like constructors we can use, but I can't be bothered right now because, like I said, the entire thing needs to be a refactor. You need the resource. I'll figure it out then. Right now, I just need to get something that kind of works, just to test the idea. You know, I like building something crappy that kind of works, and then we'll try to make it into something that works, you know, the way it should. Because otherwise, I'll get stuck on details and perfecting little things and things, and you know, making it just you know, correctly made, and only to discover the entire project can't actually work the way I originally thought. Excuse, make it perfect from the start. Yeah, that's a habit I need to. I've had to learn to get rid of. You know, it's something I could make in the future once I know what I'm doing. But right now, I'm still in the learning phase, and that means I need to just do bad choice, like make bad but functional things. Has to be like knowingly bad. Why is the coding stuff making me eepy? It's more relaxing when it isn't you having to make sure things work. That is very true. That is very true. Well, hopefully the relaxing chill hop tunes are helping out as well. And the coding is, you know, it's like, you know, I can read, for example, extremely interesting technical books, and they will make me very sleepy. Like I've been like trying to read like, oh, this is so cool. Oh no. And you know, no matter how interesting it is, sometimes those things can just tire you out. At least that's how it works for me. Like ramp up the music a little bit there. Whoa, yeah. Not much, but just a bit. Plus equals new damage. New projectile dot attack dot set elements is attack elements. It's a lot on the neural processor. It is very, very true, my friend. It is very, very true. And this is the core idea of that we make the projectile. We turn the new projectile. And we're still left with the raw. Should I just save here and go exhaust and your floats equals 0.0. And we do this. do exhaust equals filtered inputs. Raw. No, that's bad. That's bad. I shite. Absolute fucking shite. Bunk. I don't know. Run emitter. Filtered underscore inputs. Type of dictionary. Output void for now because I don't know what exactly the thing will do. But yeah, I do like the adage I was explained to me by a friend. Like every function should sort of like try to do just one thing. That's why I think like this one should not also assign that exhaust. So I was thinking, okay, cool. Run emitter. What does that do? Well, here we do like, okay, well, first we'll do exhaust equals filtered inputs and raw. Raw will always be there. Then we make projectile with filtered inputs. And one. Where does the projectile go? I fell asleep trying to learn the technicalities of something new, meteorology. Ooh, one of my obsessions. Love it, fascinating. But it does involve different radars, digital graphs, numbers, some math, and of course the technical terms that go with everything. It's a quick brain stuffer. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, meteorology is super cool, but it also is very difficult. Or should I just remove this entire thing? Because if we have a runic circle thing running the entire thing, it'll just ask the emitter to create the projectile. Like, here's your filtered inputs, give me back the projectile that you would make based on these filtered inputs, which you got from the filter. And after that, it asks the power source to make a cooldown based on the exhaust that we have left. So what can game with this was B? Well, ad was running when it might have been explaining it the first time. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, there was an ad. So the idea is very simple. We can see what we have right now. I'm calling it Runic Fun Times. Is a top-down, you know, monsters come at you in waves. Right now they're joggers and they're gonna hit it. We can say that either getting hit with, like, I don't know, magical energy balls or tortillas, and we break their keto diets and they get sad and go home. And yeah, so it's Vampire Survivors inspired sort of wave battler for now. And the idea is, the very core of it is that we make our own weapons. Instead of like in Vampire Survivors or many other Vampire Survivors clones, where the enemies, where you level up, you sort of unlock more, like different kinds of characters. And the different kind of characters add different variables to the game. And then you will like unlock weapons and so on. In this one, I was thinking I want the core of the game to be based on designing the weapons. So the character remains technically the same, but then using these sort of runes that I'm trying to figure out how to make them, make them all work. So you have like a runic circle. So you have your power source, and it sends out like raw power to a filter, which filters out, for example, fire magic, and sends that forward to the emitter that we're working on now. And then the emitter, based on its input, sends out a attack projectile. So this would make a fireball pop out, and then whatever's left over, it sends back to the power source. And based on the excess or exhaust, as I'm calling it right now, that determines the cooldown before you can attack again. So in that way, and then when the game evolves, you will have more complicated runes and how they all work together. And this is the most basic sort of like 3 rune circle. But I'm also thinking, they could have like one. Instead of like 1 goes to 1, goes to 1, goes to 1, we could have like 1 goes to 2, goes back to 1, and then that goes back. So the idea is that I don't want you to be able to just like filter out like min-max just the biggest number for the emitter kind of thing. You want that, but you also want to control the amount of exhaust that you're creating, so that you can like design different kinds of methods for making your attacks. And currently we're just making energy ball projectiles. I was thinking you can also then, depending on the emitter, you can make like waves of attack go out, or like something that's like really fast but short ranged, or like slow and long range, or like a field, so having like shield of fire around you and so on. And also, because as the game then advances, then you have more complicated circles you can have, and you can maybe have more than one running. So you can have one that maintains a sort of fire shield around you, and one that creates actual projectile attacks. That kind of ideas. Yeah, immersion progression crafting. Yeah, pretty much. Craft your weapons as the game goes on. We'll have some sort of like drops coming from the enemies that can be used to either like empower your runes or something. And I was thinking, because right now the most basic power source that I have would be just like sucks in like ambient magic power. But in the future, you could then maybe have one that runs on, enemy drops that they drop like, I don't know, fire crystal, and you collect those, and they can use those as kind of ammunition. And that one doesn't put out like pure raw magic power, but it's already filtered because it's from like a raw, like fire magic crystal into fire magic. So you can like skip a filter rune and put something else in there and get more complicated behavior and so on. But then it will be tied to the ammunition per se. So that way you can make different kinds of stuff. Sounds like a fun project, but a lot of work. Yes, that it does. But it is an idea that's been spinning in my head for a while, and I wanted to just try making it. And that's why I would of course like this to be even more complex and so on. So I'm thinking, all the complexity is going to go into this system mostly, and trying to figure out, can I make this work? Because it works in my head as an idea, but now we'll see, can I make it work in practice? Plus, also a good way to force me to learn more of Godot and use not just the nodes and the scripts, but also the resources and other things. Like, what all can I do with this engine? And if I can get it to work here, I do have other ideas where I would like to use the sort of runic crafting stuff. And hopefully, based on this project, everything I learned from here, I can take it then to other projects where I would also like to make this sort of like runic, if then that logic for magic work. Because I like magic in games, I really do. But sometimes it's knowing when magic is just skill, and they says, well, how does this work? Magic. I'm like, no, magic shouldn't be like, I can't explain it, just accept it. I'm like, no, but it needs to have a sort of logical sequence. It needs to make sense to me. And also I want to make my own attacks. Like the closest we got to this right now is the madness that is Path of Exile, of course, but it's massive node system. But a lot of those are still pre-made values, pre-made things, and I would love to see how far we can make this just be variable. And of course, my dream is very, very complex. But right now, the goal is just to make enough variability so it kind of works to make a prototype. And then if that works, and it seems interesting, then the project will continue and we'll try to make a proper game out of it. Right now, I just want to learn this and make an interesting demo, if nothing else. And let's hope it works out. Plus, of course, it'll give me more chances to work on stuff like, work on my art, because I'm going to make all my, at least for the demo, make all the art as well. And at some point, I'll have to figure out how to make sound work. Now, I will most likely be finding at least some pre-made sound files from itch.io, but I would like to at least try to make some of my own as well, just because, it'd be fun to try it out. Well, hello there, Yuki. Will this become the online multiplayer game that Mind Bombers never was? No. I might try to make an online multiplayer game at some point, but that's its own entire like gigantic can of worms. I'm like, oh, I'm afraid of that one. First, I'll try to make single player games. Plus, also, I don't need to make a balanced game if it's a single player game. If it's multiplayer, well, and that's its own entire design question and stress of like, how do I make sure a certain solution isn't just like the one and only optimal meta? You know, like Path of Exile, everyone who's like working on those things currently are dealing with, because the problem is human beings are very good at finding patterns. So you try to make a really complex system, hoping people find multiple ways of doing a thing, and in the end, someone figures out, well, actually, this is the most efficient one, and everyone only does that, and then it feels like, well, we made all this other cool stuff. Why aren't you using the other cool things? I mean, similar to how Helldivers has been having those, because some of the fans get angry because why are you always nerfing other things? And it's like, well, because they're trying to balance it out so that every weapon works, not just there's this one meta. But that is an eternal design question, challenge, and also why I will not even try to even think about making this into a multiplayer game, because yeah, most likely some sort of meta will be discovered for those who care, and they'll do that one. And like, all right, cool. At least I had my learning experience. But if I can figure out a way to not just have, you know, the one and only meta, that would make me happy. Now, as a Dixie Madman, we're creating projectiles. Return the projectiles. So now we have room imager based class, and from these eventually we'll then use these and extend from these classes into other runes, so we can then make all the runes. There's some functions and some details all runes will share, such as exactly the name, possibly access to this one, which is right now it has, and certain functions that will always be like all rune emitter ones will have to be able to both emit their attack. But yeah, they can't actually, but a rune by itself can't actually do anything, so then we'll have, should it be like what, the runic circle based class, which then will have the slots for the runes. Depending on what's in those slots, it'll make different attacks. Yes. Also, because this, I like the idea of attack crafting. Also, because I think this could work as a sort of there's a word for it, but like a layered approach, because then you can have like more advanced, runic circles that it doesn't actually have runes, but it contains smaller runic circles. So you can have one runic circle that's like specialized into, just power generation or filtering, and one just emitting, and that kind of stuff. So those are those like far off dreams. We'll see how this actually works out first. In its simpler form. Editing has come again. But I guess also Yukki. One of these days. Oh, and of course, it's also Yukki. Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. And yeah, I would like to try to make an online game at some point, a multiplayer one. But let's start with something I can wrap my head around first. Now, here's the thing though. What is a rune circle? Now, right now, also I realized I forgot this. They all need this one because they will, once you put a different runes inside different kinds of, the circle, they'll need to be represented somehow, so they should also know what they look like. It never became anything, that's fine. Why not? There we go. Pop. Now, the textures can all be null for now, because we're not doing much with them. miniature room filter. Power source base class. Yeah, it's over again, my friends. Power source, miniature roof. Thanks. Yes. Everything should be fine. Fantastic. Now I'm just thinking, should I just make this GG script or a resource? I'll make a GG script for now. So resources are still a little mysterious to me. Ah, no, cancel. Scripts. Create new script. I shall call you unique circle base class. You know, I should probably do the base classes. I'll be scripts and then make resources that extend from those scripts, and then those do their individual things. But yeah, no, control yourself. Extends node does nothing. What does it do? Oh, it exports. What is an export? Our first export will be variable or power source of the type rune power space class equals no. Gonna find type. Waka waka. Oh, tough shit. Well, hello there, little bunny. What are you sending to me? Well, it's time for your blanker. Blanket dams. What? Resource them. You good? Good. We'll have our filter. And our emitter. Save. Well, would you look at that? We want it to be a resource after all, because resource gives us this. Funky, unique. Shave that one. Delete that fucker. What a morning. having a wild morning over there, eh? I'll drink some of this. Totally not this. Save this. Power source, filter, emitter, yes, and fast. Fantastic. Fine, all your resource. Built in the script. Emitter. Filter. Power source. Okay. What do we do? Well. Exports. Exports. Followed by. Need some of these to store something, at least temporarily. Here we have our functions. Our variables. Well, one of them will have to be. I will call that just filtered power. Type. Light, no. Dictionary. Starts null. And oh right. Empty dict. R of type will be projectile. Wait, no, we don't need that. We don't need to know anything about that. I don't know if we need that filter power. But let's see. Function is cast underscore spell. This happens. Player wants something to happen. What happens? Let's see if I get that one. Morning is the thing that usually happens at the start of the day, though of course that depends on when you yourself start the day and what the concept of a day means to you specifically and the context of the world you live in. Very true, Locutus, very true. Very, very true. Well, it is Locutus, right? Not Iocutus. I think it's Locutus. And little bunny Fufu is very much awake in the morning, but I don't think she's slept. And for me, I am now, well, I'm past noon. It's lunchtime here. Where I'm at. You've been joining me for my morning in general. Now let us see. So we cast a spell. So what happens? First, we need to find out something. The power source. And yes, the ADHD tag is there for a reason. I do have it. I'm medicated. And I should really add a... It's 11:11 for you, I bet. For me, it is actually 12:12 right now. I've entered 12:12, and I think Little Bunny is at like, I don't know, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. I don't actually know. Nor should she dox herself, though, you know, if you don't feel like it. All I know is she's on the American continent, and I am in Northern Europe. Man, I need that in... I don't know, did I ever add that tag, easily distracted? No. I only got eight tags. Let's add another one. Easily scared but sexy. Jesus, such tags. Oh snap, I thought we both had the same time zone. Anyways, I'll stop distracting now. Hey, no, hey, look, there's no worries. I will get distracted anyway. I distract myself. So feel free. Feel free. If I am ever on an actual time crunch, I will let you guys, everyone know, like, I need to focus or something. Or then I'll just do it off stream. Now, if I'm doing this on stream, I welcome distractions because, in case hasn't been obvious yet, I am learning. And I welcome distractions from people who know more than I. Because I realized the biggest problem I have with learning new things is the unknown unknowns. I can't ask for help or look for documentation about things I do not know exists. That's always a big trouble, because then, I do a thing, and then eventually someone sees it and asks, well, why didn't you just use this solution? And I'm just, what? Oh, why didn't I do the thing? Well, because I didn't know the thing existed, or it was even as a conceptually was possible. It's very annoying because some people have very high level of education in, for example, development, and then they'll throw around terms that are industry standard, and me as a mostly self-taught, I'm just like, I don't know what these terms mean, and it sounds very fancy, and then someone finally explains it to me, and I realize like, oh, you're just meaning adding +1 at the end of stuff. Oh, what? I didn't know that had to be its own separate concept. For me, it's just one logical step among others. And that happens sometimes. And yes, that was an absurd example and not entirely factual. It's like I had a long struggle with the concept of APIs, because everyone kept on using those terms, and I think it has to be something so technical. It seems so important. The more I read about it, it can't just be talking about calling fucking functions or something from something else. And no, that's exactly what it is. It's an esoteric term, which can be difficult for someone who comes more from a practical, logical thing. And now, of course, it makes sense to me. I do get it, but sometimes I struggle with those kinds of things. Anyway, so we cast a spell. What happened? Well, first we'll have to do something with our power source. Look at the power source. Get total raw. Return raw power. Fantastic. Right, so I'm there. A route that gives you text. Yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah, the API is, calling a function. A route that gives you text. It is, how do I get feedback? Text, numbers, booleans. How do I get return from there? But then, of course, once you understood that, okay, that is exactly what they're talking about, then that helped me actually then further understand the importance of what we're talking about. Okay, no, this is more of a design question. So okay, so how does information move between two separate entities? Do they need all the information, and what is the best way to get this, make sure that this information go from here to where it's needed and nothing else get even touched in between, because the chance of shit getting fucked up by something just poking at it and then changing a number, oh no, lies are out of the path that a packet can take in order to get from source to a destination. Yes. I like concept. I love pedantry. Getting pedantic. And the APIs, yeah, how to activate the pass. Guess we have to agree. Nice one. I like that one. Now, still. So let's look at here. So from the power source, we get .get raw. I already forgot what the fuck I was just looking at. Terribly sorry. Get total raw. Because right now, get total raw. Cool. If we put in variable anything else, let's see. What does the filter want? Okay, you do nothing. You are in between. Change everything. Oh, in here, right? Um, you'll have default filter field. Okay, that's cool. That's cool enough. You can make fire rune, we can turn it into a fire rune at some point. Trust me, bro, I'm an engineer. Nice. An engineer of what? Yeah. They're called engineers because they have an ear for engines. No, it's in the engine. That's it's like people who like lost a leg. If you lost your ear to an engine, it's in there. Engine in ear. Wait, no, engine in ear. Oh shit, no, they have a small engine in the ear. My God, I've been completely wrong all this time. All they hear is, and we can only hope to God that, but the engine in the ear isn't a two-stroke one. A two-stroke engine. Imagine that, those super loud moped boys inside the ear canal, 24/7, forever. I'm the smallest engine. Tiny. Eine kleine Maschine. This will be called by someone else, but filter inputs, raw inputs as a float output dictionary. Yeah, so we filter input. So filter underscore input. But here we do actually want to remember this. So we'll have a variable of again filtered input of dictionary, taking a canary. Lucky to get 2 strokes if you need to. Well, sometimes so that is true. Sometimes you're lucky to even get 2 strokes, but sometimes you need a few more of those gentle strokes. What the heck is German for engine? I don't actually speak German. I just know random words and sentences. It's just Motor. Eine kleine Motor. What did I come back to? Madness. And nonsense. I guess, normal stuff. We have filtered input, which takes the value from the filter, which filters the input from power source, which returns the total raw magical power. No, that's silly, just like the painters paint and writers write engineers' engines. Oh, surely you mean that just engineers engine. And what do the engine? The engine does nuts. Let's see, in our emitter here. There. Make projectile, filtered input dictionary. Looks for stuff. Returns the projectile. It was terrible, but I appreciate the effort. Thank you, Blocky. And yeah, that was that was I felt like that was the joke. Yes, it was intentionally so bad it's stupid. I often go for things that are so dumb it's funny, but it's hard to get there. Often it's just dumb. I remember when I was a teenager, because I went to this thing called a Prometheus camp, and yeah, one of the feedbacks I got from one of the dudes there was like, yeah, man, was you throw off so many random, how would I translate it? It wasn't finished, of course. Yeah, this dude is throwing out so many jokes. Some of them are even funny. Oh, it's been a little bit of a trying to make people laugh kind of dude. projectile of the type. I'll call you a node. Null one. Null. What is US? Who's? Oh, would it come back to us? Yes. There we go. Back on track. Back on. Could not find type node. Oh, terribly sorry. There we go. That help. Alright, so projectile comes from emitter dots. Let's just make projectile. I already forgot. Thank God I can just clickety clack to find stuff. No. When I was very young, I had a lot of trouble in school because we had you have to like try to memorize things. I cannot to this day handle memorization very well. I remember how things work together. I remember patterns of function, what leads to what, and so on. Relationships between things. Just like dates and things, or names of functions I myself wrote. No, they're gone. Right after I make it. I'm really good at winging it. In many things actually, but yeah, actual information like factual quotes. I can hopefully get us at the ballpark, but detailed answers, no. And that's why I need everything in notes. I'm old school cyborg. I have instead of having sci-fi cyborg, which has like a computer chip or something in your brain to store your memories, I have myself externalized my capability to remember by writing it down in language form. We're all secretly cyborgs, as long as you can write and read. I have external memory source. External memory, booking data banks and shite. And rambling will happen. Where do we handle cooldowns? That's an interesting question at this point. Because now we have the filtered input, we have the projectile. We want to hand over the projectile now to the player so they can launch an attack. Currently, let's see, where's the projectile currently handled? So we have take action, which say instantiate. Okay, so it's happening inside the player node right now. Well, that's bad. Because what is it? Didn't I make an attack creator or something? I think I did. Obviously, I'm wrong. Let's look at an enemy. How does an enemy make an attack currently? Not so bad. Okay, let me launch attack. If target cooldown, timer start cooldown, take action. Take action while projectile into the global projectile. Instantiate. Gotta remember to write all my to-do things so I can find them easier. Move this. Temp madness. My documentation skills are legendary. Now I'm thinking, is every enemy needs to be able to create an attack, and the player needs to be able to create an attack. But I'm kind of like thinking it'd be best if we all use the same logic. Now the enemies will have their own. Instead of the runic circle creating an attack, it'll be some from their own information. Of course, I want the enemies also to be variable. So right now, because you might have, okay, you wouldn't know, would you? Like the animation picture for the enemy is actually sort of more lighter, and I'm just modulating them to be slightly more red because I was thinking if the enemies are like elementally charged, if you will, they'd have a matching color for us to be able to start at least. That way we can have, you know, maps that are based on like more fire elements, have more fiery enemies and so on. And again, all of this just testing out concepts. We have a little marker here which is slightly outside us, the enemy, so the enemy can make attacks. At first we had a sort of hurt box when it came in contact with the enemy and with the player, then the player took damage. And then I realized, well, if I could have all enemies do the same attack logic, where if I just make a melee attack into a projectile with 0 speed, that just pops out into existence right in front of our enemy. And then this thing is always aimed at the player, and that way we can have the same logic launching out fireballs, waves of fire, or a punch, you know. That's the idea, at least. That is why we need to make another global. Yay! Never have enough, because we have a damage handler, enemy spawner, map handler, player stats. Player stats is what's in here. Okay, so for player stats, we will also then have the connection to the runic circle. Yeah, because this is you know, everything player will be here. Map handler will be creating maps and designing, and then also checking where on the coordinates you are, and depending on where on the map you are, you might then be encountering different kinds of enemies. So that'll check that one. Global is just random temp shit for now. Damage handler takes in, right, currently it just takes in what kind of attack came and who got hit. So attack and damage, and the resistances of whoever got hit, and returns a modified damage value from that right now. You'll have resistances, but you know, depending if they're positive or negative, they can also be vulnerabilities. Enemy spawner, we just tell it where to spawn an enemy, and it creates an enemy there. And also check with map. Currently checks with map handler what kind of enemy we want this location on this map or should spawn. And the map handler currently just has one hard-coded default answer. Resistant to fire, vulnerable to carbs. But they're so keto. Player stats is the one. And he hangs on to rune information. So maybe it doesn't need to be a global for the... Oh yeah, we do a general attack creation. Right. Yeah, because yeah, so then the player stats will hold on to the runic circle information, and based on what kind of thing is stored here, depending on the player's actions, will then create different attacks, but all that information will be sent forward to the attack. I don't know, man. Naming is so dumb. Spawner makes sense with damage handler, map handler. Just attack handler? Do you use signals yet? They might be able to replace some global stuff. Oh yes, I do have signals. Mostly using them for the areas. Like here we see my hurt box, which actually that one does nothing anymore. Shouldn't do anything anymore. But the projectiles I have used for timers. Some interactions with, let's see, the projectiles, yeah, the area, because it's an area 2D, that kind of stuff. Nothing too complex yet, but that is very true. I have other earlier projects I should have a closer look at for things I might be able to replicate. But yeah, you're right, some signals could replace some globals. But I guess, for now at least, because my plan is to make something ugly but functional, I think we can make a global for the damage the attack sort of creation thing. And then the enemies could call that stuff, and then the player could call that thing. And then later, because once we have it all figured out and we see what works, then I can figure out what can I cut out and turn into a signal and so on. Right now, yeah. Right now, I'm gonna make something that, like I said, yeah, it might be ugly, might be inefficient, but it needs to be readable. I need to be able to see what I'm doing, visualize, so that it fits inside my head, for how I learn and how I do things. So we'll Pith. Note name.
How many licks does it take to get through at Son of Hannu top layer of forehead skin to T-skull?
213. Depending on the roughness of the tongue. And hello there, Time Lord. How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. And black in here. Open. Create. Pause. Now, I look shocked like you never thought about it. Well, sorry. Well, I mean, like, the plan was not to try to look shocked, but I was just thinking about it, trying to figure out, like, all right, well, my dog does lick me a lot, and she has given me like actual, like scrape wounds on my knee once. She was licking me so much on the knees. It'll happen again this summer when it's shorts weather. I don't know what she does. She wants to limb my knees. Guess it's her way to show love. She's a weird little doggo.
Hello there.
Hello there, indeed, my friend. Alright. I really need to also do something about those things that popped up there, because some of those can take too much, time and space. So much work, so little time. But isn't that the truth for everyone? And thanks for hanging out, Time Lord, and for coming to say hi. I appreciate the lurk. Now, the attack handler will not do any of this. What it will do is funk sleepy doggos. Funny noises. Create attack. And it takes in attack info, outputs something. What should this something be? Well, test it will just make it like that. Look at our player. If the player wants to using the let's look at the enemy instead, because the player's stuff will be based on the runic circle. The enemy has a hard-coded attack. So the enemy wants to launch an attack. So first it needs R, projectile, area 2D, global projectile, instantiate. So we're making a projectile. You grab the info from global. Projectile attack equals attack. And projectile target equals player. Add sibling projectile. Projectile set new sprites. Effect. Add sibling. So, and that means the attack handler needs to know. So we'll have on attacker type, I don't know, node, because it'll be self. So whether it's enemy, player, or I don't know, a turret. So they should all be able to call this thing. We know who's attacking, so we can add it into their so as a sibling. Because I want this to be able to call, even if the level changes, you can still call this thing, and it'll create the new node in the new level. So otherwise, I was thinking I could be like, you know, go tree, get current scene, and all that stuff. I'm like, I could, or I could just ask, well, who's calling this? I'll make you have it. Okay, well, thank you very much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I need to make more art, not just for emotes, but also those things. Sound effect is okay. But those big chesties can be a little, I don't know. Not the biggest fan. Oh. Keeps you going. We need to know who attacks so that we can just know who wants to have an attack created at their position. In fact, this means we should be returning a projectile, which we could say, I don't know, we'll call this a node again. Does that work? Oh no! No gets. There we go. No coffee? I thought you're finished. This was my third cup. I'm finished already. I'm all finished with my coffee. Unless I want to shit my pants violently. And I'd rather not. Yet. We'll see about that later, because I'm going to have a break soon and go have a little bit of a toilet break. And at the same time, might as well warm up some, put the kettle on. I have some instant coffee that could get me recaffeinated pretty fast. Coffee doesn't count as hydration, though. You take that back, Yonsuyuki. You shut your lying mouth. That's only true if you're doing something like, I don't know, donating blood. For that, yeah, you need something an actual liquid. But for dev work, coffee is all you need. You know, that keeps you going. Speaking of which, I haven't been donating blood in ages. I really need to go again. So know who's attacking. I want to return a fully fledged attack that the attacker can spawn in. I tell a lie. Coffee is water, diuretic. Yes, that's true. But it's not a negative, you know, hydration. It's just a very low hydration, very poor hydration, and it stresses out the body. But it's not negative hydration. You know, it doesn't dry you out more than it hydrates you. It's just very, very, very bad at it, and also adds extra stress. But technically, a liquid, a mostly non-toxic liquid, right? All right. Wow. Wrong button. Oh shit. He's still working. Nice. And my cold peppermint tea is just, you know, I like peppermint tea, and drinking it cold or room temperature, you know, like this brewed, it's just slightly nicer than just drinking, you know, water. Has more flavor to it. And I'd rather not just drink, random juices or juice concentrates all the time. As this has slightly less, artificial sweeteners and all that. Now, we need a target. I guess we do, because we have an attacker. As we look at our enemy here. So we have who is attacking, who is calling the thing. And we also have a target. Calling navigate. That one. Navigate is already navigating our enemy towards the player. Okay, this means that whoever is calling the attack will have to then deal with making it so its own sibling on its own, I think. I think that would be for the best. So we don't need to know who's calling the attack. Hello there, Gyro. Hope you're doing well, my friend. How's it going today? Well, it is going quite well. I'm very glad we have an active chat, and I am very confused, but I'm learning. So I'm trying to think about the best way for me to take the creating an attack from both the enemy and the player and turning it into the same function. Currently we're using the projectile here. This one's creating it from using global. And global here is supposed to be, it is very temporary. All of this is very temporary because I'm like I said, I'm learning and I'm trying to figure out how to combine all these pieces together in a way that would actually get me to where I want to be. And then later we'll figure out how, how to make it, work better. Makes sense. But how about you, Jara? How are you doing? Later I remember you were saying yesterday that we went out for a walk. There was snow was coming. Later during that same day, we got snow and a lot of cold here as well. So it's obviously a western cold front that was heading our way as well. Just got to you first. I'm looking here. Okay, so I think aiming the attack is the responsibility of who's doing the attack. Adding the attack into the scene should remain the responsibility of who is doing the attack. Now here we have this thing. And this is something I'm simply using to make sure, well, pretty much to remove friendly fire. Look at myself in OBS and I realized if I do that, I look a little bit like Dr. Eggman. Snow everywhere? Isn't it delightful? That's awesome. Well, thank you. We'll add a little stream marker there. I can look at it myself. Turn that into freaking emote. I love it. Nice. I'm glad you like it, friend. I've always liked stretching my face out in funny shapes a little bit. Here's the thing though, should attacks care about friendly fire? I'd say that would have to be depending on the attack. So in other words, we should ignore its target. Yes, and well, nice there. Well, good. That is good. At least I hopefully I brought some joy to your day then. And you know what? We're gonna completely remove that kind of information, aren't we? We don't care about targets, but we can care about who sent the attack. And if we add that information into the projectile, like who called the attack, they get marked as friendly to the attack, so you don't get hurt by your own attack. And depending, and then we can do other stuff with that information, because then we can see, okay, are there any other enemies who share, I don't know, action or something? Because we can add the enemies in the group, so we can check that information using the group's information. Right now we only have player, we only have enemy. Using that information, we could then a map with opposing factions that you're running around in. Potentially. It would be interesting to experiment with, even if I'm quite likely to just kind of ignore that one. But for now, considering my day, I worked on a lot of stuff today. Ooh, nice. Currently having supper. Lovely. Tackle a couple of tasks. Just work on the main screen. Fix progress bars. Add a visual clue for packages. And now they start moving and shaking faster as their time decreases. Ooh, nice. Yeah, the visual clues are very important, especially in the game like you have, because it's turn-based and so on, and it's things are moving quite fast actually. So I have the stronger your visual clues for the player, the better, at least in my opinion. I might be wrong on this. There's many schools of design, but I like having things be as visually obvious as possible in those kind of games. But if you have a game like, say, Dwarf Fortress or Crusader Kings that are either turn-based or you can pause time and you take your time to look at all the details of the different things. For those, you can have more information, hidden in stats and text. Whereas a game where you have to look at what's happening on the board and be able to quickly react, I think it would be beneficial to have that things as visually obvious as possible. I want to add timer, but there was no space, so I had to come up with a different solution. Yeah. Oh yeah, my very, very, very bad projects. I had to put a health bar because I was thinking of putting a health bar somewhere with a number. I just put the basic one there for now because I also want to have something a little more obvious. Just like I want my enemies not to be able to run. I mean, maybe I'll add that as an option. If someone wants health bars, they can have health bars on top of the... Oh, look, that restart doesn't reset health. I thought a mistake. Oh well. Because enemies might have health bars, but I essentially want them to, let's just like visually take damage, the more damage they are, to be, again, like visually hinted at what their state is rather than health bars. But I know some people like that, so I'm gonna then have to add that as an option. But that's then. I'm not entirely convinced on HP, but right now it's more on the side with all the other stats. Yeah. Yeah, but those are one of those design questions. It is an eternal one of like, what is this the best way to place this and that? I mean, there is a reason why people out there. I mean, there are people out there who are entirely only specialized in this UI design. It's not an easy task, and we're just gonna have to do our best with what we got. But yeah, okay. So for the attack, does the right now, because the projectile target player. So how about we flip that around for the projectile? So I believe we have target string enemy. On body entered, if body is in group target, body get hit by attack. So how about we turn that into negative? And we just save, and we'll check, did I break it? Okay, excellent, it still works. We can... Oh, no, we are no longer taking damage. Fantastic. Oh, right, because I didn't change it here, did I? Right now, we're just enemy F6. Go back to the nest. Well, that's... Oh, that's the wrong button. You go back to the nest. Well, thank you for hanging out, little bunny foo-foo. There, yes. Your presence is always appreciated. And I hope you have a lovely rest in your lovely little nest. Are you coming with me? Oh! Oh my, little bunny. Ooh, don't tell the missus. Fall asleep, so be it, lol. Wouldn't be the first time I slept here. Well, I think that's true, yes. And you're always welcome to come to, you know, snooze around here as much as you want. I got dog beds around for the doggos, and I'm sure. At least one of them would fit a nice little bunny as well. Won't be the last. I hope so, bunny. Hype sleep. Oh man, nice. Anyway, we have target. I'm gonna have to change that into attacker. You know what? This might be. Oh, nah, it's yeah. This will make a lot of sense, and it did, but a little too much. Wait. Attacker. Change that from string. Node. Starts out as null. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. And good night to you, little bunny foo-foo. Hope you have a lovely sleep, my friend. Your body is not does not equal attacker. Let's see. Oh. So, what you're telling the comm panel to do now? I don't know. I'm gonna turn into Eggman now. Yeah, coding. I'm trying. I got distracted. I was supposed to make the runic circles make attacks, and instead and then now I need to just change how attack logic works like completely. Just a little bit. Yeah, certainly take action. Create project, add sibling, initialize aim, self-coupled position, and projectile dot attacker equals self. Alright, let's see. I'm expecting errors. Oh shit. No. Everything working. Oh, except that guy. Ah, two of them. Okay. That's a bug that we'll figure out at some point, because apparently two enemies can be sort of spawned on top of each other. That happens unless you're going for a straight attack and damage with no variables. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, because I want to just make sure, because I don't accidentally hurt, the attacks don't hurt themselves. And right now, this should be enough. Yeah, because eventually the enemies will be also having their own ranged attacks, and yeah, I just want to make sure that in case they do an attack that has large enough area, they don't just hurt themselves. And also from attacker self, we can get the information of which group they're part of. Like we have players and we have enemies right now, and in the future there might be factions, who knows. And so that I can turn off friendly fire, or no, right now there shouldn't. Yeah, okay, now there is friendly fire, but I can make it not happen using this. But it's changing those values around a little bit. Just taking a reference to ourselves, whoever launches the attack. Okay, right now, and all of this logic needs to be moved into the attack handler, which does nothing. That's why for this one I wanted to know, if we're creating attack, what do I need to know? First, okay, so now we know we need an attacker. Mark that as a node, because it might be a turret or whatever. So then then we do a create attack, and it just then returns the this one. Returns the projectile. There you go. Grab that constant. What's that? It's constant. Up. Oh. Almost makes sense. Kinda. At least the entire thing also needs to. We'll figure it out. Attack info. What is the attack info I was thinking of? Because right now, okay, player does just default whatever the heck this is. It's going to be replaced by whatever comes from our rune circle thing. Enemy, the enemy would know its own attack information, so it will be sending that. What is the attack information we're thinking here? It is attack new, and then then when this thing enters the scene, it creates its attack stats. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, attack stats. I can use that one. Attack info. We'll type attack stats. You know what? I should probably just copy paste this in that thing here. And I can see what do we need. So, projectile 2D, projectile instantiate. Say yes. This will now happen inside here. Projectile dot attack info. Equals attacker. Now that might break shit. This will happen here because I only want the attacker who launched the attack then be returned the attack in whatever form it takes, and then whoever takes the attack adds it to the scene as its own sibling, just to make sure everything can actually properly interact and we don't actually have accidental player madness. And then it aims it, which is projectile.initialize navigate a market 2D position. Yes. I think that could work. Chaos. It is. It's mildly organized chaos for now, but as long as I can get mildly organized chaos that flows the way I want it to flow, then I can start chopping off excess bits and make it, streamlined and make it, less chaotic. First, I need to make some pile of crap that kind of works. Then I can make a pile of crap that works nice. replace that one with attack handler, create attack, self attack. Then I can remove these. Oh, you do nothing. I was wrong. Aiming and stuff will also have to be figured out. Once you can put on something nice. Again, what is that? Why can't I see this? I'm turning mouse over your emote, but it says nothing. Mystery emotes sent by Onjiyuki. Hey there, Sabakadar! How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. And, oh yeah, Time Lord, ABCG. I love the random math there. And thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a most wonderful day. And what I'm working on is my first long-term Godot project. I've been doing some 3-hour game jam, trying to learn Godot, making stuff for a while. Just here to see the confusion in Hanno's face. Well, there'll be a lot more of that where that came from. And confusion is my base state of being. Now the idea is for making a game that is a Vampire Survivors-like, and it is. I started last week, so I've gotten this far. Let's see if this still works. Oh, it still works. Wonderful. Can the enemies still attack? No, they cannot. So I'm making changes, and it's set new sprite attack. Boom. Invalid says summon property key texture with value type compressed texture to the nil. I'm subscribed to YouTube called France24 English. Well, that sounds fun. Anyway, so the game is supposed to be that kind of top-down Vampire Survivors-like. I'm using assets from things I've done previously, super simplistic things. But the idea is to have instead of like in Vampire Survivors and other Survivors-like, where you advance the game, you unlock new characters, and they have new new skills and variables that affect the game. Instead, I want in this one, so the character doesn't change, but as you evolve, you unlock new unique circles. Got wrong button. There we go. Where's my gimp? The idea is to have a runic circle logic for creating your attack. So you have some kind of power source, and that pulls out raw power. For example, this is my super simplistic one of just example to see if the logic works. News from France, and they're talking about tariffs right now. Well, that would make sense. It's kind of global news right now. Lord. And France 24 English, yeah. Get a tariff, I got a tariff, everyone gets a tariff. That is what it sounds like. They're very true. Anyway, so we'll have runic circle logic, and as the game progresses, you have more complex runic circles, add more runes. Instead of going up 1 to 1 to 1, we got 1 to 2 to 1, that kind of stuff, different rooms to different things. And we get raw power comes from a power source, a filter filters out the thing you want. For example, in my example here, if it sets out 100 raw power, filters out the fire, which would be 25%, and then it sends the filtered and unfiltered forward to the emitter, which uses the filtered power to create your attack, which is the projectile, and the unfiltered raw power goes back to the power source, and that would create the cooldown for the attack, because it functions as exhaust for the magic logic. Except Russia. That is very true. They are America's closest ally currently. America and the Soviets. The Cold War is finally over. Brotherhood at last between the eagle and the bear. Oh well, they also have an eagle. They have a two-headed eagle. Eagle bros. Yeah, so that way you have your magic system. But we aren't close. I mean, politically right now you are kind of. Hey, just saying. I mean, geographically that is true. Not very close. So the power source, filter emitter, yeah. So that was logic. And then depending on what kind of things you put here, we have different kind of power sources, different kind of filters. My most basic one is launching projectiles, but in the future there'll be, I don't know, waves, you could do fields, all kinds of neat stuff. So that is the idea, and this is the machine I'm trying to build right now. I'm just very poor at it. Because I'm relatively new to development and quite new to Godot and so on, so slowly but surely learning stuff here. Not in politically, just in the presidential politics is flipping left and right. No, that's very true. Okay, but yeah. But the thing is, but isn't the president usually the one who's in charge of external, like global politics? So yeah, you might not be in agreement in many politics, but globally you're kind of on the global scene, working together against towards a glorious future. All excited to see where exactly that leads. Now, I'm gonna focus on trying to make a machine. So, enemy core, take action. I'm going to create attack handler. Goes attacks projectile, hitting for one set new sprite. Okay, this is the problem, and the problem is it is again, yes, the same one last time this happened. We're calling new sprite in create attack, but it is, yeah, we can't do this here. That is very true. Because the projectile doesn't exist yet. Move that one from there. Put it back inside enemy core. Dude, wait, no. So fucking dumb. Ready, let's see here. Let's do a little temp here. Well, I think I just stream just so I can get chat's help. Lol, I have a project for back in 2006 that I've revived. Well, I would recommend it. I mean, I've learned a lot by just streaming this because people turn up. They ask, hey, what is this? And also because I have to keep on explaining what I'm doing, and that helps me sort of clear up my own thoughts of what I'm working on. And I've had many people in chat turn up and be very, very helpful. Just need the 4 years to be over. Yeah, 4 more years, then it'll be over. Or for someone to start launching all the nukes either. Let's leave in a post-apocalypse. Ideally, she would feed off the post-apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but you know, the post-apocalypse is not very nice. And right now, the country with the most nukes has the leader which is most likely to push the button. So we're all very excited to see where this all leads. All right, nice right now? Yeah. Actually, no, it's fucking amazing right now. It's just rough times, you know, comparatively, relatively rough times. But like looking at the global history, I mean, there's food in the stores. You can just like do all kinds of things. You can guess. Have you tried using any AI tools? I have a little bit. Used like Copilot and stuff. I didn't like it. It kept on telling me what to do, and I ended up like trying to build stuff that I didn't understand how it worked. I'd rather use like ChatGPT to ask questions. For that, well, not for this project, but previous, every now and then I'd ask it because ChatGPT is, you know, Google 2.0 in the sense, or well, any AI like chat thing right now, because they can suggest to you, because they will reveal to me unknown unknowns, like I've said, that is usually my big weakness. I can't ask questions about things that I don't know exists. So having an AI thing, they can suggest solutions that I didn't know were possible, and also highlight things I didn't know were problems. But then I'd like to actually make the actual like coding engineering by myself, because, well, mostly also because I'm still learning. And if a machine just, or if I get like a copy pastable answer, well, I don't feel like I've had quite enough learning. And for art, I like making art, so I also like having an excuse to practice that skill as well. Hello Choji, hope you're doing well. I hope you're not too tired. Copilot took your derbs. I kind of did a little bit. How are we doing today? I'm doing quite well, actually. Having a lovely day. Getting confused as usual. I'm thing was ready, and we'll do like we'll call bar, we'll call it boom. It's a bool and it equals false. If boom equals true, it's the same as true. Then we look at attacks, we look at assets, and sprite 2D texture equals that boom. Oh. I didn't even look at anything else, I can just do that. Move that entire nonsense. And there we go. Identify boom, not declaring the current scope. What do you mean? Oh. Bam. It's not the same as boom. Boom. Then enemy core. I want you to look at projectile. Projectile dot boom. That's the value of true. Stop this nonsense. Try it again. I use the right parts of the code, but then I look at them and try to remember and understand how it works. Yeah, I mean, it is very good for like finding stuff. It's just, I tried around it a little bit, and personally, even a sign of property or key boom value type bool. Oh yeah, because it doesn't exist yet. Wait. My God, I'm dumb. That's why it didn't work. Nuggets. Yeah, I fixed an issue that wasn't an issue because I forgot to do that. Attack handler, create attack, self attack. That goes to the projectile. Add sibling. Projectile. Well, would you look at that? That's what you get for not reading. Same, had a lot of good answers from Grok. Yeah. Playing Arc after PoE, need a bit of break. On Reddit, maybe. Well, we got this. Yeah, thank you. Then we'll see. Hey, we're taking attacks again, and I could do send out attacks as well. Fantastic. So that issue was fixed. Put that one there. Thank you very much for more of the follow. I appreciate it very much. Hope you have a wonderful day. Juliet Kifuente. Juliet. Okay, let's see. Juliet the Harsh. Juliet Fuente Castro. Fuentes Castro.
No good, I can't maneuver.
Stay on target.
We're too close.
Stay on target.
Thank you very much, Sam Lord. I needed it. We'll put this. We move this temp match down here. The projectile boom, which is the yeah. That is no way to choose your desired sprite. Instead, what I need to do is eventually add into the projectile a way to access all the assets, and depending on what we're doing, we'll choose its. It's probably it'll grab it from like the attack stat or something, because that attack stat will be the resources. Projectile is the node, the scene that carries the sprites and things. Nice. I'm really good at it. Juliet Jose y Fuentes Castro. Yeah, sorry. I did my best. I'm sorry, Julie Castro. But I still, in the end, I do hope you are having a wonderful day, just like everyone else there. So the timer thing, the projectile nonsense is now done. We had a tiny little thing to fix so that we can actually try to then break it even more, which is by adding that the enemy core is now not doing attacks here, I believe, yeah? Do take action, bar projectile area 2D, attack handler creates it. Yeah, sure, fine. Leave it there. So create the attack, we get the self and the attack information, and then we add the sibling, and then we do, because then this means it exists in the scene, and that means it's different variables now exist. So what I had here first for changing the sprite would actually have worked. The problem was I hadn't actually created this one into this variable, so I was trying to make a change in a variable that contained nothing. That was the issue, not the order. But hey, still made it slightly better. Well, no, it was a lateral move from shit to a different kind of shit, to be honest. But it's, you know what, it works. So that guy works now. So now if we look at player, player wants to also take an action. The take action is to attack. Right now, you are doing your attacks the way you used to. So this needs to change. More projectile does projectile instantiate. Oh, would you look at that? I'm gonna have to jump into here, do a little copy, followed by a tiny little paste. No, here we go. Player, take action. Wow. Yeah, it have started again, my friends. Take heed, be careful, and I hope you all. Bye. Initialize will stay, because that is aim.
Clan Vibeth Gwingus Gagareth Windrobethlan Tacilio Gogogok.
Absolutely, Antiyuki. Absolutely, you're completely correct. Couldn't agree more. Now we need projectile air 2D to. Oh. Realize I'm actually changing that much here, am I? Oh. Heck. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Stretch and Matty Devs, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. So, time to stretch. Okay. Ouch. Here we go. Did a proper stretch. All for you, Matty Devs. Hey there, Bobo. Many dogs doing many things. And I believe that should. Oh. Why? Why are you angry? Ah. Default attack, there we go. Alright. It's working. Enemies' attacks are working, and fantastic. Which means that the player, when I'm pulling shit from the player stats, then the attack handler is creating the attack. How do we make the runic circle exist? One thing I could do is for testing, we just export it. Export variable. Circle of the type resource equals null. Actually, pick add player stats resource. No. Well, we look at that. I did fuck all because we, yeah. I don't know what it's saying, but it sounds like just like complaining. I wanna. Apparently he doesn't wanna. Oh, we have the attack here. Fantastic. Attack stats dot new. Resource equals global. So rune resource rune millimeter runic circle. Base. I like this song. It is nice and calm, but it is also very, very whiny. Did it? I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Sama ka. Alright. Get a sign value type string. Alright, yeah, proximity. Up. Load it in like this. Oh. Like this, it should work, right? Loading it in. What's the next? Yeah. DD resource. Neat. Alright, dear, I'm going to prepare to stick around my normal schedule. Well, thank you for hanging out, Joji. I appreciate it very much. I hope you had fun with your adventures with dinosaurs in Ark. It's a it's a very different and probably a nice palate cleanser after all that PoE. And I hope you sleep well. Get a lovely piece of rest, and I hope your foot heals up as soon as possible. What is this? No. We have a runic circle resource. Alright, great game. It is a lovely game. Thank you, Yashi mentioned Ark. Yeah, some Ark after PoE. Need a bit of a break. Mm-hmm. Ark Survival Ascended with lots of mods. Nice. That does sound pretty cool. You know what I just realized? I turned that thing into a heckin' class, so it should be runic. Of course it doesn't make it work. Runic power source. Oh, that's why. Why are you unsaved? Copy. Wow, something weird here. Big circle. Copy that shit. Rune power. This has somehow become discard. There we go. I should fix that one. Slap 4 and take care for it too, yeah. Yeah. Having a chance for all that base building can be a lot of fun. And it says no critical and clear current scope. Let's see what happens if we turn this bugger on. Not declared in the current scope, but it is. It's right there. Which means I've done something very, very wrong once more. What? Let's see. Runic circle. Base class. Right here. So let's have another look here. Extend resource export, all kinds of nonsense, p_init. Make sure every parameter has default value, otherwise problems creating and editing your resource via the inspector. Oh, so me, oh, thank you. You're gonna go like, oh, good old smack on the support area. Input, change character body, export var stats resource. If stats.health. Use implicit duck type to interface with any health compatible resources. I don't like duck typing. I understand duck typing, but I don't like it. Can't type. Slippy. You should be doing your slippy slips too, little bunny fool. Not sleep. Player stats is currently this thing. Nothing. Do not find script. Yep, let's try this then. I wonder if I've done something very, very wrong here, or why? I was thinking like, oh, I'm doing something wrong with those resources, but now it's like complaining about, oh, I can't find this file that's like right there. Now when I tried to quit, didn't find anything. So close, open this thing. Oh. Okay, this one still has that stuff. This thing has lost all its okay. Sure. Alright, but now these things done. So if we go to, say, player stats, can I make a var blem equals? Yeah, now okay, now it knows the class at least. Ah, yeah, I broke something. Power sport source. Sadly, they're completely gone. And could not find PowerShell based classic current scope. Yeah, so it's something I'm very doing. Source. Right. Fine. Simple solution. We hardcode this shit in. Exports. That. Export. Variable. Power underscore. Source. Is of type. Resource. Equal to null. Filter. Emitter. There we go. Now, in the player scene, we have these things here now. Emitter place class goes inside emitter. It'll place class inside a filter. Power source. Power source. Save. I'm trying to save that thing. Neat. Save that. So now we have power source for the filter. We have an emitter. So if we want to launch the attack, the idea was to have the attack handler deal with it. We need attack stats and the attacker. So using our runes, I think we can at least create some attack stats. Have a look at this emitter, projectile. Okay, at least we got something. At least something survived. Not much, but something survived. Whatever the heck happened there. Not attack stats, but let's look at player. We'll do a little jump all the way down here. Bunk. 2_magic. Void for now. More power equals power source dots get total raw. I know it's 100, but I want to try to like use internal functions. Get total raw. Or filtered. Comes a hardcore dictionary with filter dot filter inputs of power. Well, Lokutus, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Now, filtered. Sure, I know you're a dictionary. And right now, the emitter does nothing. So, copy here from Dink Action. We have attack stats new. We can leave that in. Now what we need is attack stats. More attack stats. Attack stats new. So now we have an attack information. Take action. Place this one. We don't create a new every time. We use the one that we have. And we want to change it. We'll do attack dot damage plus equals filtered, and plus a parentheses, and it's fire. That's all they do right now. First, see, does game still work? I can do an attack, they can do an attack. Boop, boop, boop. I can still kill him, and I do around 1.99 damage. Then we add for that one. We do magic. Start game. Invalid property or key fire in base. I'll just type dictionary. Yay, isn't that lovely? So filter inputs. What do you do? Filter. There we go. Filter base class. Fine. I'm not going to change that one, but we can change this one to default type. Save. If. Oh, wrong button. F5, there we go. 200, Jesus. Right, because okay, yeah. Fine. We'll add it inside ready instead. Do magic. Yep, done. Adding more damage. Everything that I did. I was at 51. That's a bit too much. Two all the way there. And also attack dot set effects empty array. Six. Yeah. It's adding 25. It's getting input value of 100. So I was thinking like 200 like percentually, all that, but you know what? We got the attack stuff moved around. I think you can just resources are breaking. I'm not sure why. I need to figure that out. And I desperately need to go to the toilet. So we're going to have a break. And after that, I think it's time for me to put this on the side, because there's a lot of reading I need to do. You might need to take the resources local to scene box. If true, the resource is duplicated for each instance of all scenes using it at runtime. The resource can be modified in one scene without affecting the other instances. See backchain instantiate. Change the property at runtime has no effect on order to create duplicate resources. No, that would make sense. No, that's not the issue here. The issue was that it just deleted the script that I wrote, and I can't really save it. And even though they have this sort of class base, and which should work, it's not working. So I've done something wrong and misunderstood something, most likely. So that's something I need to fix, and I need to read up on that a little bit more. So I won't be doing that one on stream though. But I think my core concept though is working. You know, the power is being generated. It is being filtered. The numbers are just wrong. Because I did want to have the base class, and then we could local to scene wouldn't be from these, because these are not technically supposed to be used. It is from these that then extend and makes things like, you know, fire filter and so on, all the different runes. So I wanted to just make the base that all runes would have. So that was the idea there. And then everyone, so this is not, these base classes are not supposed to be used at all. Because the runes themselves are going to have functionality shared by all the different types. That's why I want to have a base class. I can do the general editing there, and all the specific runes themselves would then be extended from that. Now, with the magic of inheritance. Yeah, we'll get there. So I'm gonna have myself a little tiny bit of a break. Oh, would you look at that? There's a YouTube hard time load as well. When do we sell Son of Hanus organs? Oh, snaz, he's already trying to sell my organs. To the moon. Well, let's hope I don't get too many. Okay, ads are starting as well, so perfect. Let's see here. The BRB. So I'll be right back, and then we might be switching over to Dwarf Fortress. Well, hey, see you soon. Hello again. Alright then. Nice cup of coffee again. Keeps a man going. Well, the plan had been to try out different make different rooms. I was thinking I could maybe drink some coffee here while I wander, but when I started today, I wrote down our goals for today, and technically we have running from Godot resources, base classes for rune types. Technically there, they don't function. No, I mean, they work, but they're not inheritable right now for some reason. Or there's something wrong. Some setting somewhere, something that's too obvious. Emitter takes input, creates projectile. Well, right now it doesn't. It is actually the attack handle that creates the projectile. The emitter can very well be the very one that creates the attack stats. So in that way, all of this happens within just informational bounds, and it does need to have a node with graphics and whatnot. So I think that's okay. The emitter doesn't need to create that one. It is only makes the attack stats, and based on that attack stats resource, the projectile scene creates the projectile itself. Power source calculates cooldown based on an exhaust. Well, that is something we did not do because I tried, but then the power source, the runic circle sort of thing, well, it went and it deleted itself. Tragic. Store sprite, well, that is, yes, in all of those. We have they're all storing null at the moment, but we'll have pictures for what that rune looks like that needs to be stored somehow. And I think, yeah, those simply as address preloaded assets inside the resource files, it would be the way to go for that one. So yeah, mostly succeeded today. Mostly succeeded. Not bad, all in all. And most importantly, the core of it, the game, however simplistic, is absolutely functional for testing. Like right now, our damage output is just ridiculous, so everything dies in 1. So I think they have like 3 health, and I'm putting out 26. 5 health. Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Enemies are coming in waves. Waves are very poorly logicked. And of course, yes, we have a fail state, but no win state just yet, because yeah, we're not collecting any points, no nothing. Because what I want to work on now is trying to get the attack for the projectile creation to work slightly better. But I will have to do some more reading, and I'll do that over the weekend. By that I mean, because usually I take Fridays and Saturdays off, and then on Sundays, yeah, then I start with the 3-hour game jam. So on Sunday, I'll be back, and I will be doing something completely different, which is the 3-hour game jam, and we'll find out what I need to do then. But it is a fun combination of working on a larger project, and then every once a week, then also having to do a super fast project where it is very quick and dirty. Try to make something work that fits the theme. Because both are very good ways to learn. This one gives you more time to sit around and ponder, think how everything works together, what is the best way to do stuff, and so on. And the 3-hour game jam does see. But I don't see no waves. Oh well, I mean the enemies are coming at. It's very crappy waves. Instead of having a constant slow spurt of enemies, we do 3, like 1 smaller amount, then 1 larger amount, then 1 medium amount. And then after a little while, the next one should happen. The timer between the waves is currently too big. But it's technically happening, it's just crappy. But it kind of works. But yeah, like I say, yeah, this is a good way to learn this and learn more about how tweening and all this stuff works. Sir, there's no water. My God. Right. Well, yeah, there might be no water, but at least we've got enemies, which means we can make waves of blood. Fantastic. Delicious. Now, speaking of all that jazz, it is time to do a little shift. Clickety-clack there, and I think I go here, yeah? Yeah. Double click on the save here. Ah, yes. Coffee and blood. For the most hardcore engineer, aren't those two the same thing? Oh, well, lovely. Windows is trying to force me to upgrade to Windows 11 again. It's like, yeah, you really need this. It's so good. I'm like, cool, but my my motherboard can handle it, so ain't gonna happen. And if they decide to brick the machine, well, what? Captain Fubar, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you have a wonderful day. But yeah, what I was saying. Oh, yeah. If they do decide to brick my machine, well, I'll just switch over to Linux or something. But until then, I'll stick on Windows 10. Now, where is my Steam? I want to turn this off. It is time for us to dwarf some forts. Linux for the win. Linux indeed for the win, Captain Fubar. It's just for all the other software, OBS, gaming, and so on. I prefer the Windows. Whereas, a lot of my deving actually did on on Linux. I started my dev learning journey with C, base C, and with that one, yeah, both so because what you call it, coding, learn to code on that low level. At the same time, learning to use the terminal was quite nice. Threatening a new follower with the finger guns. Hey, I'm only threatening them with a good with good times. Oh, well, here's a quick question. I was planning on playing Dwarf Fortress, but do you want to play? Should I play Astronauts instead? Nah, okay, now let's see. It's already been in the title. It has to be Dwarf Fortress now. Seems like I'm streaming at the luxury of living in Penguin Land. Nice, Captain Fubar. Nice. I mean, like I said, I started my journey into debbing with C, so I usually have virtual machines on. I use VBox, whatchamacallit. No, you just run up a new virtual machine, install the new Linux thing, and then good to go. Bonk. There we go. We do. We got chill hop. We got very chill. I gotta do a little thingy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Why is the other one not working? There it is. There we go. Now we got the dwarven sound as well. Now let us change category. Damn it, I changed the category, but I forgot to finish editing the title, and now I've got a little. I know, streaming for updated successfully. That's wonderful. Why do you always block the title? Some Dwarf Fortress. You know what? That actually. Just capitalize that slightly differently. Some Dwarf Fortress. Absolutely acceptable stream title. Double checking, did it actually go through on Twitch? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Now I'm thinking, let's do something completely new. Great new world. Because I got this game a few weeks ago, and I started playing it last week. So I'm still pretty new. I used to play Dwarf Fortress a little bit, like 9 years ago, back in ASCII age, and with some tile maps and That was fun, but I never really had that much time and energy to really get into it because at the same time, tragically, other games came out. For me, it was Terraria, and then, Jesus, it was 1960s Terraria. Terraria, among other things. What is this? Ah, it's a button. I was thinking like, oh, why is my green screen showing green? That makes no sense. Ah, it's a create world button. We'll go with defaults because I'm still pretty new. Anyway, the point was, I started playing this game not too long ago, but I'm still relatively new. Okay, chill hop. I appreciate you very, very much. Sadly, you ain't got nothing on Dwarf Fortress freaking OST. Volume on my end too. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. The lie of frothing and the hex of exaltation. Dwarf Fortress is a really cool game in many ways, and one of the things I really enjoy is the fact that it is so deep. It's like, you know, all the fortressing with the dwarves is icing on the cake, kind of like. His really cool part is the world generation. Always fascinating how games solve the map gen. Oh yeah, especially this one, because I mean, Dwarf Fortress is an old game. And the free version is still out there, and they updated. It is free, but if you want all the cool UI stuff, you have to pay for it. And I gladly did, because it is a passion project. No, many games, they build maps randomly. No, this one doesn't merely build a map, as you see, it builds events. 62,300 events total, and this is only an abridged chronicle of the world for the past 100 years. It creates not just a world, but a history. And not just a history of nations, but of individuals. You can have a beefy machine and be like, you know what, I want to create like 500 years of history for my dwarven world, and it'll still take a while. It is a world simulator with some colony building on top. Bridge of Chronicles, and it looks cool. They will mouse over it because all things have a little detail. See who lives here. Colothril with the Abbey Bell, the Dwarven Fortress. And a brook called the Joyous Bar. I think places have names, there's so much. Let's click on play now. In the early autumn of 99, the rock Galel fairy rained the flaxen jewels, routed the group of climaxes, the empires of slaughter, and destroyed Lathertones. Play now. Offloading units, saving the world. Dwarf Fortress I imagine this game is ideal candidate for a custom-trained AI system for the world gen, including all the lore. I mean, could be. Then we can see Legends. Explore and investigate the history of the world as it stands. Events in other modes are incorporated here. So I guess you can play in this world, and as you go on, the world also goes on. And not just what happens in your fortress, but all other fortresses. So you can like come back to the world and keep on making new fortresses on the same map, and the stuff you did leaves an impact. Then you can check the legends of the world. And then we have Adventurer, which is relatively new, where you have, instead of the usual fortress, the colony management, you control a single individual, and you go on adventures. I've seen people play it a little bit, and I'm getting a little bit of like Caves of Cod vibes to it, but especially because the Adventure was like being tested, I'd say, back when, at one point when I was playing the ASCII version, and I was just a little confused. Yeah, but if we want to look at like world generation and how complex it can be, this game is the way to go. Of course, as far as I know, it isn't, the most best, efficient system, because again, it is an old game. And rebuilding everything would take a while. And also, it's all made by like 2 people. I mean, okay, nowadays it has graphics, so I had to get more people for that one. But the game itself is pretty much made by 1 or 2 people. A proper passion project. I believe Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games that has been accepted into a museum of the history of art kind of thing, because it is so much more than just a game. Skip tutorial. Delicious. So, world is... Click the map, zoom in, and choose your embark location. To recenter, press WASD or hold drag the middle mouse. You see the map is... Okay, this time we got a... Frost is in the north. And we have a smaller map. You can also make even bigger maps here. Also, you can even larger maps where you build your fortress and everything. There is so much fun. I love the fact that this is pretty much the game that came up, like then also from where you have the concept of fun, all exclamation part, all others as well, if I recall. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's very true. Look, yeah, the two brothers that decided, you know, we're about to make the coolest game, and they've been working on it pretty much their entire lives. And I would totally agree. This is the kind of game that very much goes to art, because yeah, the game itself is very deep. And then if you go to look at the details on, I'm gonna go. What do I want? I want there to be a flux-stone layer, because I would steel. Aquifer is not important. I want some sand, because I want to make some glass things. Sand, flux-stone, and I want iron. Those are the things I need. So then we begin, and then it starts going through the map. I imagine flat earthers love this game. I guess. I mean, similar to like how they would love the, Minecraft, I guess. And that is also assuming the map we see and interact with at this point isn't just a Mercator projection. See, it has a frozen north, and sometimes it has a frozen south. I think it has a little bit to depend on how large your map is. Do you get both? But, you know, there's RNG involved. And yeah, it's amazing then when you go into like the details of the people living inside your fortress, because every single one of them has not only a complex backstory, I mean, of course, except the first 7. They have some backstory, but not like the proper complex one, because they were like spawned in for your fortress. But everyone else is actually an actual inhabitant of the world. So they have family relations, they have religious inclinations, they have their own thoughts and emotions and memories for life events. There's just so much. I bet Dwarf Fortress 3D. Isometric 2.5. And that modern Minecraft? I mean, not really. Not with the complexity that this game has. It could be. But the isometric stuff, I mean, there are mods people made one, but mostly people use to just visualize the fortresses they made, and I believe it's called Armok Vision, where you can get like a 3D representation. And there have been 3D attempts, like mods at this game. And they've been, as far as I know, that they're the kind of stuff that looks cool, but it is slow as balls. Oh, totally forgot to do this. Origin civilization. Population 320. Here are all the dwarven like nations or civilizations. We could choose which one is the one we want to be part of. This one 2300. Population 600, 1500, 320, 1700. The Torch of Organs, the Lancers of Dreaming, Mortal Constructs. I love the name of that one. The Legendary Mechanism. Okay. For the name alone, the king is Rimtar Murder Canyons. Nice. So if I click here, I zoom in, right? Yes. Now the red areas we cannot put a fortress in because it's too close to the existing settlement. I don't know what the friggity frack that is. Click on embark to place your fortress. Right click to zoom out. Right click. There we go. Okay. Now, okay. Yes. Highlighted ours. This one would be a. No, that's a goblin hillocks. These are dwarven hillocks. Okay, so I marked where the weird symbols for dwarven, so for friendlies, and these are hostile. All right. What are these dwarven hillocks? Okay, let's see if we can get closer to the dwarven neighbors more than the goblin neighbors, because the goblins will most likely try to give us a very unwelcome visit. Dark goblin pit. Ooh, the sin first. Well, that's a humongous. That's like a proper like Tropical moist bridal forest. Oof. Visually kind of what I meant with all the world building. Oh, with world building? Yeah. Totally DOS game, but oh, dude, Captain Fubar, it is. I mean, the original, and I think you can see in this one in the setting as well. You can switch it over. It is, yeah. The original game absolutely is full ASCII art only. And hello there, yes, of course, Tourmalines. Hope you're having a lovely day, my friend. First main Godot project work on had a procedurally generated terrain. Learned a lot, but eventually figured I wanted to create a streamlined, designed map, kind of again experience. Yeah, instead, both are super fun ways to develop. Yeah, I totally get that. I would love to make also like a handcrafted map, but handcrafted worlds take just so much work. And right now, I'm also in so much more into the like depths of learning, so I want to do the RNG stuff instead. And this one has shallow clay, shallow sand, deep soil, light aquifer. Oh, temperature's hot, trees heavily forested, other vegetation thick, surroundings is wilderness. Ooh, well, wilderness as well. So, other than that though, it seems pretty okay. Deep soil, less interesting. The first main Godot project I'm working on had procedurally generated terrain. Oh, no, sorry. It's RPG, so the story and handcrafted maps are neat. Oh, absolutely, yeah. If you're doing RPG, because you're telling a story, aren't you? So, and a story, like a book, needs cohesive terrain, and so because for the story to work, you have a story about something happens here, and then something happened there, and they affected each other. Then their relative distance and how information travels, all that matters. So you need an actual functioning, actually planned out map for that. Some soil. Sand in that corner, deep. This one has a river though. But we also do have a little aquifer. Little soil. Iron, gold, platinum, lead, flux stone. Sand in this corner. I think that could work. Temperature hot. But you have selected an area with a light aquifer. Yes. Default stuff. Yes. In procedural games, it's more like the player creates the story of what is given to them. Exactly, yeah. Then the story is born out of the gaming, the gameplay. Similar to or like here, where it is cool, where you have the RNG, but it creates a world, but then the world still persists, so you're also part of like a generated story here. They tried a new game called Mini Royale that came out with early access. Oh, cool, Terminus. What is Mini Royale about? Sorry. I'll do the reading. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of Gumath Bembul. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Kabzaneg, named relic. Strike the earth. It's Battle Royale FPS, third-person shooter, Battle Royale deathmatch, and it's themed around toy soldiers in the bedroom house setting. Oh, that sounds fun! Oh, that sounds super cool, Sormalians. Nice. And can you please explain your actions in early game? I've been trying to approach Dwarf Fortress several times and failed because of its complexity. Max 2K18, I hope you're having a lovely day. And yes, I will. And I'm also relatively new, so if I fail, well, we'll all fail together. Okay. Game starts out paused. Now, one recommendation I've seen others give is you, in the beginning already, let's see, top down here we have all the information. We can see our dwarves. Some have jobs. Now, no job, they're picking up their equipment because these jobs, being a miner and woodcutter, require uniforms. Namely, this one needs a pickaxe, this one needs an axe. The thing is, if I look at... Is it tasks? No, basis? Labor? Yes, under labor, we have more work details because here we can assign people to work. Like we can see, I don't think we need a... Well, the expedition leader, he can also join in the mining crew because I'm gonna mine. That's one important. We go in the kitchen and we find plump helmets. And we turn off cooking. We're not allowed to make food from plump helmets. Because plump helmets, if eaten raw, will leave their seed, their spore. So you can make more plump helmets. If you brew them into alcohol, they should also leave their spore, like seeds, or spawn. And you can make more plump helmets, but if you cook them into food, the spawn gets destroyed. So that's why, to make sure you don't run out of plump helmets and plump helmet spawn, so you keep farming them, you want to make sure you don't accidentally, you want to turn that one off. Gogo's having the grumps. So that should save us a little bit of effort, because that is an issue I've had in previous attempts is when the supply caravan comes, I desperately have to buy more plump helmet spawn because I'll be farming and turning them into food and alcohol, and then sadly we didn't, they would just run out of seeds or spawn because it's spore, because it's a mushroom. So that is something we do. Now let's see here. Let's see where should we strike the earth. Into story? No. This is Dwarf Fortress. Yep. Oh. I had to double check on Twitch. I'm not in the wrong category, am I? Dwarfing, yeah. Game is super fun, to be honest, and it's very smooth mechanics and movements. I also have another game mode called Color War, where there's tan, green, red, blue, and toy soldiers. When you eliminate an opponent of another team, they respawn as your team color, and your team grows. Oh, okay. Cool. That sounds fun. It seems like they've taken these schoolyard playtime ideas of tag kind of stuff and incorporated that into battle royale shooter FPS games. And of course, if you're using the theme of toy soldiers inside a bedroom, sounds like it fits the theme and idea very well. I'm gonna scroll around the map here, see a little bit what we can find. We have a bunch of trees. This is good. Black sand, that is good. I wanted sand just because I want to build stuff out of glass. That's pretty much that's the only reason I wanted sand here. And if I remember correctly, zoom down. I seem to remember poorly. Okay, paradise nuts, we have sandy clay walls. Good thing is we have clay as well. Sand and clay. Clay is good for ceramics, sand for glass. Scroll on up. Okay, it's all dirt. So no easy access into stone, just like that. And my childhood playing with the toy soldiers, lol, is very immersive since you have the perspective of toy soldier. Yeah, I don't mind. That sounds super fun. And press F1 so I can get my... Wait. Ah, there we go. I was hoping to find some water. Oh, that's good. Even though it's not that important because we did have, whatchamacallums. Aquifers. Now, I'm going to start by, since we have a woodcutter, tell them to cut down some trees. I'm going to start with these. That's more than enough. Another part, then we have our miner. And I think... cut those out. for no real reason other than personal preference. And we'll make a little path inside. Making it too wide so that the dwarves can go past each other slightly easier. And then we'll make a sort of starter location here. And I'm just sort of eyeballing it. It's more aesthetic choice, making it round. In fact, so I'm gonna have to have a 3x3 cooking thing. Yeah, one more. There we go. That looks nice, right? And then we'll have a slightly larger one. More entrances, and we'll make a little farm in here. That'll work. Kind of like in the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Oh, dude, yeah, of course. Yeah, that sounds super cool. That was a fun movie. And then I started digging down. Now, I know there's going to be an aquifer that was warned. And I'm holding shift down while I scroll down so it goes 10 elevations at a time. Because they were going to dig down and eventually we're going to run out of space. I mean, we're going to run out of things we can dig because they're going to come across the aquifer. Then I'm going to build another space here for a couple of workshops. And then this could be our very first, what's this, the storage space, stockpile. Let's see, there we go. There we go. Then we unpause. I will let the dwarves get nuts. You guys got cutting down the trees, and we're digging into the ground. The movie Small Soldiers. Ooh, that okay. That was fun. Tiny super AI robot soldiers versus no hippie monsters. That was a fun one. There we go. That'll work. And for all the other buggers, I'm gonna start making a stockpile here. I don't know if I have a bad habit of using these old stockpiles, but I've understood it that even the pros, the people who know what they're doing, and they might think it's okay to have one stockpile for everything. Be the very first one, so we can just empty the wagon. And I'm collecting wood also because I started in a place with an aquifer and I had a bunch of soil. Oh, heck yes. Oh, we found stone. Good. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to cancel these just in case. You see something like that happening in this day and age of AI, now think about it. Well, the story was a little bit ahead of its time in that sense, that is true. It's limestone. We already got limestone. Very nice. If I remember, limestone can be used to make steel. Yes, exactly. And quicklime and stuff. So this is already a very good thing for our booming future industry. And there we go. That guy's done. So we go workshops, farming, and farm plots. Now, that's actually quite excessive as far as I've understood. So we can do this way around. Farm plot. Now I put it this on this side. Then we'll do workshop. Farming. Because farming also includes all cooking and stuff, so we put a still. You make it out of limestone. Workshop. Farming. We had a fisher dwarf, so might as well a fishery here. Also have limestone. Something else. Yes, we could make a kitchen, but that's not that important right now. Slaughter livestock here. Banner, make leather from animal hides. Milk of lime and hide. Parchment. Ants and work livestock. I have no idea if this is a good idea, so we're gonna make. Put a farmer there. Also out of limestone. There we go. Ah, right. Workshops, stone worker. Important because, well, what we got right now. Now, I think we had a fisher dwarf, and oh wait, but there was no fish because there's no river or nothing. Oh well, made one anyway. And because many of these places, see, they needed work orders, whereas places like a fishery, actually, you get it. There's like automated tasks for many things. Here, oh right. Very important, I need a carpenter. Make stuff out of that wood. Need beds. You can only make beds out of wood. So that is one of the things you absolutely... we also have bituminous coal. Ooh, and a tourmaline. Nice. Alright. Up. Now we can tell them to mine down 20 levels. Now a stone cutter. Rock doors, please. Need 2 of those. Carpenter. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, technically, we only need 7 beds. We've got 7 dwarves, so I'm going to make 10 anyway. You watch Honey the Shrunken Kids again, now that I think of it? So long as I see that movie. Yeah. Same here. I did see there's a pink tourmaline cluster right there. I can use when you do the mining, you have the little arrow here showing you the right. You click on that way, you get like extra settings, including like a priority. So priority 1 gets mined out before priority 4, which gets mined out before priority 7, and so on. There's also this option called auto. So that if we click on the tourmalines there, see the mark green, someone will hopefully at some point come and mine them out. Oh, I thought it was supposed to be an aquifer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now, okay, that could be bad. I don't want access. We're not ready for this. Ooh, okay. Construct a wall right there. Plug that hole up. Using claystone, I guess. Now, I was hoping to find these places, but I got here far sooner than I thought. The thing is, we can get water from here. As long as the cave dwellers don't come out and murder us. Okay, hematite here. Good. Not that I'll be doing much mining down here. What are terminals used for? Jewelry? Yeah, and trading, you know, we can have a gem cutter. We'll cut those rough gems into like different cuts of gems, and you use those to encrust. You can use them for jewelry, for encrusting furniture. I think you can use them for some like gems and stuff. Ooh, malachite. That should be copper, I believe. And hematite. Okay, so now we can start getting into steel already. Holy heck nuggets. I'm gonna auto mine that one. The hematite. And here we have bituminous coal. Ah. Oh, the final slice. What have you been? Oh, you have to do a repo. Hello there, final slice. I hope you're having a good day. See, they automatically added the next. See, there's bituminous coal and other things around. They're not mining those. They're only focusing on what I told them to mine, which is more tourmaline. Here they have bituminous coal, so now they should be looking for more coal. So this is a way of automatically mining out only a vein of valuable stuff. Like only gems or only metals or like stuff like coal. And welcome raiders, everyone, one and all. So, how was your stream? Hungry, sorry, I can't words right now. It happens sometimes. But yeah, Repo. I've only seen other people play it, and it looks like a ton of fun. How did your stream? How did your Repo adventures go? Did you repossess many things of much value? I made those 2 doors. Oh yeah, I forgot that. See, when you build things, you have to click here for the keep building after placement. On 2 doors, so we can keep all those undesirables on the outside. This wagon still has stuff in it. Use stockpile. And we can choose what everything's in the stockpile. This still remains our everything stockpile, but we have repaint as an option here. So I'm going to click that, choose all of that. And actually, I'm clicking the custom, look at wood, and turn that off. Because we have enough wood, and there's a bunch of wood there, and I want them to empty the cart first, if at all possible. Alright, we made a whole bunch of beds already. Rock door. Yeah, just don't repeat. Make whatever rock doors. Actually, no. Can I choose? What do we have? Mudstone, limestone, claystone, or chalk? Claystone or mudstone? Oh, more mudstones. Do those, please. And scroll down. Here we go. See, here they're mining that iron, that hematite vein. This will be useful for our smelters and stuff. No, I forgot to leave fallow everywhere. No, I'm going to plump helmets, and on summer, I think we'll do some plump helmets. On autumn, I believe it'll be plump helmets. And on winter, yes, exactly, plump helmets. We're doing nothing but plump helmets. Like, what is this? Not set for that. I wouldn't care. Ooh, was pretty good. Started off with some good repo. Oh, hey there, Wasteland. Started with some co-op repo. Nice. Broke a lot of goodies. Done too much profits. Went to schedule 1 though. Now there we are making a good profit. Totally safe, non-toxic camp. Delightful. Schedule 1 is a super fun game. I'm really excited to see where that they go with that game. It has a lot of cool details. And all of our animals are currently hanging out here. So you know what? We're going to do a little click here on pen and pasture. I'm just going to put it in this general area, except the dogs don't really need to graze. Don't show me again. Here's all the info on zones, things you should know. Also vertical entries separating each room would be in. But now we need to find animals that need to graze, such as a goat, a llama, an alpaca, bulls. I think pigs are omnivores, they should be okay, but a water buffalo. There. Now, all grazing animals will be like moved there and they'll hang out there and eat. Now this game has a lot of minerals too. I already mentioned malachite and hematite already, and of course tourmaline. Oh yeah, so much. Here's the rough-hewn bituminous coal. Okay, let's see. Here's stocks. We have blocks. Don't show yet. I don't have a bookkeeper. But if we look at, say, here's our stoneworker, and we're making mudstone. And oh wait, I think I could only choose from stuff. Let's click here, like rock blocks, and choose made of what. And here is all the rocks that can be turned into a just block for building. Now, gypsum, hematite, horn silver, hornblende, ilmenite, jets, kaolinite, kimberlite, langanite, limonite, magnetite, malachite, marble, marcasite, mica, macrolite, and so on. Olivine, obsidian, phyllite, quartzite, trialgar, rock salt, rutile, saltpeter, satin spar, selenite, shale, talc, tetrahedrite, basalt, bauxite, borax, all kind of stuff. Yeah. This has a very extensive geological thing. Oh, and also mining. See, okay, I can't mine these random rocks. Oh, see a limestone. If I put my mouse over here, pop, it'll mark everything that can be auto-mined. Oh, lignite. That's good. So lignite and bituminous coal should both be something we can turn into coke. Which is something we want. I got lots. I love that. Yeah, absolutely. And what have I been up to? I've been spending the first half of the day on working on my game dev with the Godot, trying to make my sort of runic magic circle system work. Unpause, let people mine, let the dwarves plant what they can. Like this little farm should probably actually carry us very far, even if we get to like many more dwarves. Oh, and like in many games, you might think like, you know, it's important for these people to have food. But for, if I understood it correctly, for dwarves, alcohol is far more important than something as pointless as food. They'd rather starve than go too long without alcohol. If they go too long without alcohol, they gotta start getting unruly and they start fighting each other. And, you know, in general, I think everyone's gonna have a bad time. And runic magic system, sounds tasty. Well, I'm hoping so. It is very early days for that game, but I'm hoping to get that thing to work. And yeah, a little while ago we started Dwarf Fortress, and we're starting a new fort. Alright, here's my very first temporary hangout station. Actually, I'm gonna pause this a little. Actually, stop pausing. Go to custom again, and we'll look at food. And inside food, find seeds. I'm gonna turn that off. Make a new storage pile here. Accept customed food seeds. Now, they won't like, very aggressively move everything, but we just want all the seeds here because this is where we make making stuff. Add new task. Oh, right. Carpenter, very important. Barrels. Barrels or large rock pots, I think, because these are things you need in order to, well, contain all that. Ooh, wheelbarrows. I want wheelbarrows. Ah, sure, make another bread. Alright, now we do everything else manually because it's difficult because we don't actually have a manager. You know, a boss person who would be delegating all these jobs. We can assign someone. Bet you can make poison with real and other paint pigments. I mean, could be. Ew, here was some malachite as well. Alright, so we have lignite and bituminous coal. We have wood that we can turn into charcoal, and that is what we need to start the coal burning process. Now I just get blue jade, limestone, mudstone, bauxite. Bauxite does look nice. I'm thinking of where should we live. Actually, okay, I'm gonna pause a little bit so I can look at this map, because here I found the first cavern layer and I found it a little earlier than I thought. And yeah, good, they blocked off that hole. So we're gonna go beyond that then eventually. I want to try to make like magma smelters and stuff. Alright, so this is the top layer. If I can block off this cave from the lower layers, I could do farming down here instead of up top. So we can isolate ourselves further and further from all that nonsense happening upstairs. Problem is, as soon as I open up a path in here, well, the local residents are gonna want to join us in our fort and eat our children. Troglodytes are not very friendly. But what I could do though, what is that? Is that, oh, bituminous coal? Oh, delicious. It's gonna take a while before we can take over the space properly. So, but we can do. The map ends here. All the way to the end. Oh, stupid, the auto. There we go. All the way to the end of the map here, and I'm gonna make our sort of a new base system here. You can make your bedrooms look anything you want, but I've sort of like grown fond of these plus shapes. Because I'd first tried to make just your basic square bedrooms. They don't look that interesting. Oh, yeah, that would work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 7, you know, we initiate the so that we can have multiple layers of following the same pattern. We'll have to do, yeah, like this. Now we can make another bedroom here, and another bedroom here. See, they will follow the same pattern. That's what I'm going for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12. You know what? Sure. Let's go for that. And we can use the change to blueprint only mode and change blueprint to standard to blueprints. So we can turn this into blueprints. So even if we dig to this place, our dwarves won't dig in there. Actually, we'll do this for the last 4. We only need 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be 8. We don't need these bedrooms just yet. So we'll leave that as blueprints so they won't actually mine them just yet. Okay, we'll get there. Just keep putting yourself into it and we'll be a fun journey. And oh, final slide, it most definitely will. It has already been wonderful times. I've been learning very, very much. And I'm excited to see where it all eventually ends up. Where it all goes, you know? You know, to say I don't envy the day-to-day lifestyle be so dang busy. Very true. I'm assuming you're speaking of the dwarves. I don't feel like this. I don't really think I'm very busy. So, we got 10. Alright, play it. The thing is saying yes again and good. I'm thinking I want some kind of... How big was this? 7 by 8. So we got is 10. How big? Oh, that would be too big. 8 by 7. 8. You know what? That's fine. Nice big crafting hall type. Not being salty about myself, or at least me always being so dang busy. Well, it's unfortunate if you feel like you're being too busy. No? I'm saying you don't run your own fortress. It's not easy being an adult. It's not easy being green. Though sometimes I wish I could just crawl into a rock and everybody would just leave me alone, but no, we got real people things to do. I know, those real people things suck. Limonites. What exactly was Limonite? So here's the thing as well. I can then click here and choose what Limonite uses. Ore of iron, making furniture, building. And chalk. Oh, heck. Well, I can't dig that way because it'll expose us out there. Hopefully we'll get some... Okay, jet. Jet is good. Jet, if I remember correctly, should be like the lightest stone, so you can make like large rock pots out of that one. That way you don't have to like waste. You don't have to use wood to make barrels. You can replace those with stone versions. And jet being the lightest will mean that the dwarves carrying them around won't they won't be slowed down quite as much. And here we see, by the way, it's funny. Here we see a random dwarf. Well-built, dusted tattoo, expedition leader, Malville Shadow of Sword Find, expedition, and what he's currently doing. Here are his overview: his age, his health, his skills, his needs. Is he a part of a combat squad? His job, and then like skills and stuff. And then here, his random thoughts. She feels satisfied at work. His work that was very satisfying. Very industrious people, this dwarf. Labor rules, personality information. This is for every single one. Great creativity and amazing memory, and a very good sense of the composition of her own body. Very good intuition and a good feel for social relationships, but she has little patience. So, she's currently more thoughtless. Relations are her god, Kurik, solicitude, Aegis deity, and the friends. You know, there's so much in this game. I love to stay awake, but my eyelids wait. Hold on, please. May you have a wonderful morning. It's a long-lasting fortune. Well, thank you, Final Slice, and I hope you have a wonderful rest and you sleep well and, have lovely dreams. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the raid again, and I appreciate the lurk. Now, let's see. I want to save these gems. The Limonite and these. Jet, chalk, jet. Otherwise, the rooms are pretty done, so I'm going to use the smooth walls function. Smooth rough walls to make it more pleasing to your citizens. This also prepares the wall for engraving or fortification. We don't need the engravings for fortifications right now, but smoothing these spaces will make it, well, for one part, just look nicer to me as well, but also make the dwarves a little happier to live here, because these will be their bedrooms. So I'd like for them to, enjoy themselves as much as possible. Now, clip good. The thing of smoothing and stuff is also like they all get involved in that stuff. Some of the miners are picking up those. Now, once these get smoothed, they should also be feeling. We can get the bedrooms there. Then we'll need more doors, just to help keep all the bad things out. And we can move all the animals down there as well, eventually. At least, hopefully. Oh, right. Stockpile. View stockpile. Custom. Stone. We'll need no stone there. A bunch of blocks. We got stones. We're good. Oh, we're almost good. There's two things we still need. We need to make a couple of offices for our administration, which means we need 2 tables and 2 chairs, which, when made of stone, are called thrones. What kind of materials do we have? We have 4 clay stone. Now, if we just use rock, they'll use whatever rock they can find to get their hands on, but I'm gonna start trying to be slightly more systematic here. 4 of these, and they're all clay stone. Lovely. Yeah, a little bit smoother. Yeah. Not as good. It's just, sometimes, shit gets rough. It's unfortunate. Gypsum. Got up a bunch of that. Malachite. Okay, we are doing quite well, I'd say. Which also, whenever things start going like really well, that means I start getting paranoid. Like, oh shit, the bad stuff is coming. It always balances out. That is the way of things. And smooth out these things. Oh, yeah, rough hewn jet. Now I want to smooth this before I put down like doors and furniture and stuff, because I don't think you can smooth underneath a door, so you'd have to remove the door and then smooth again. And smoothing underneath furniture can also be a bit of a pain. Things don't always work quite as well as one would hope. Microclimate. I like microclimate. It's nice and blue. Nice and fancy. Now, if I look at doors and hatches, I want to place one, say, here. 8 mudstone doors. Good. Couple of those there should help us stay a little slightly more safe. And then when I have enough blocks done, then I'll start building like floors over these holes. build out like a nice exit here. Put a door there as well. Maybe a little. Actually, probably 2 doors. A little bit of an airlock, and we can then fill that entire channel with traps. And we get all this covered in. Because I scroll up, there's nothing. So there's nothing above this, except like a rock wall. So nothing can come from above, and as long as we can block anything coming in from below, because these open up here, go further deeper into these caverns, we should be sort of safe. And take into consideration on the principle moving back down to home, a bit about 5 hours north, be closer to work. Seasons change, likewise I have to go to the car service as well as take the puppy to the vets, make some cleaning laundry, organize shopping, and of course still have to find myself. Yeah, oh little bunny, that's rough. Those kind of things happen in life. You have those times when you just don't have time for anything or everything, you know, and it can be very rough. But the good thing is, like most things in life, these things pass. So hopefully these rough times pass soon, and you can get back to enjoying life. But sometimes, yeah, we have to focus on just getting stuff done. I'm pleased to start cutting a few things off from my to-do list, but then I would feel bad. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's annoying with some people also try to recommend, like, oh, have you just tried doing a little less? I'm like, I could, but then I'd hate myself. You know? Like if I'm doing something, I want to do it proper. You know? By the way, let's see, sleep, dig, make claystone stuff. Cool. Okay. Eliminate wall. We'll build something there eventually, but for now, let's move some workshops down here. One of the things we'll be needing is a furnace. And a wood furnace, a small one. Damn. Oh well. No, damn it. Cancel. See, I'm gonna build me a wood furnace so that I can then make some charcoal. And once I have some charcoal, furnaces, look at make metal bars from ore here, can also refine coal. So then we make a smelter, and I might as well place them right next to them. Material microcline. Then we have a smelter, and then because we found bituminous coal and lignite in other layers, so we only need a small amount of charcoal to start turning the lignite into coke. And coke is I think a better fuel source, and if nothing else, it's something I can actually have better access to. Eventually, I'm hoping to dig down and try to figure out how to do magma forges. But that is for then. Nothing to do with our ADHD and our OCD or something where we just feel obligated to be a Superman, accomplish everything. I think so too. Yeah, I mean, growing up with this, especially undiagnosed, you just had to, you know, people were able to get all things achieved. Coke's a great fuel source. Well, look at this, good to know. And also in real life, very true as well. Now, I believe we had some blocks. Can I see what the stuff I do have? I have 4 limestone blocks. Well, that's less than ideal. Workshop, stoneworker, microcline. Yeah, a couple of them there. That should work. Ignite too. I want chalk blocks to match our chalk walls here. So, bed closest. There you go, you boogers. Doors. Use closest. We'll use whatever doors we have. And we'll turn these. Oh, we have run out of door. Magic. Apparently they're gonna live here. There's gonna be some crafting. I was thinking if we go one up, that could be a good admin wing, if you will. Stair here, for example. On a largest storeroom above these people. Make rock blocks out of chalk on repeat. And make doors out of chalk on repeat. There we go. Said a friend of mine, if I have a friend. You're coming shopping with me, lol. Well, thank you for taking me with you on grand adventures there, little bunny. I am touched. Honored. Charcoal on repeat. Yeah, I'll have to wait for the charcoal to appear. We can start making other stuff. And oh man, I forgot. Oh well, we can do these. Up, 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 up. So let's see. I think shouldn't don't actually need to be identical. I'm just stupid. And here we have our admin wing. And here we have storage space. Oh wait, this isn't the most important right now. Focus on taking your way over there. In fact, that might be slightly smarter as well. Now I kind of wanna try to make stairs from, say, this corner here. Of course, you can't have stairs there, so that will have to be construction. Yeah, first we have to finish the walls, right? We use chalk blocks, last material chalk blocks. And that should be there. Now, door is closest, so whatever door you can get to. Excellent. I click here when I can see my zones. I choose my bedroom and I click on the button that's multi, so we can do multiple bedrooms at one go. 8 bedrooms created, done. And I don't have to define every bedroom individually by myself. I can just mark them out like that. And then now the doors have built lovely bedrooms. I go back to construction. I choose stairs. Yeah, I go from here, click, scroll one up, click again. Oh, sadly, couldn't be done. He's not quite yet. I'm gonna see. There we go. Number 1. See about prioritizing this for our friendos here. So we get 2 offices at least. One for our manager, one for a bookkeeper. So we can keep. Oh shit, we got migrants. Oh, stuff's happening. I'm not paying attention. Migrants have arrived. Summer has arrived on the calendar. Somebody's fighting. Giant cave, toad, quati, and a dog. So okay, so it's just wildlife fighting each other. I've struck all kinds of minerals, and I found the expansive cave system. Male Bill Dustatul has become the expedition leader, so politics have happened. And there's nothing catching the western swamps. Needs plump helmet spawn. And cancels, makes milestone, needs much stuff. Okay, cool. And mind that one. Nothing mind, just to have a stairway access from living area into office area. And then we'll have to have actual proper kitchens. This will be our farming. Kitchen. What I need is a tavern. We'd have farming here, then food gets brought one layer up here. We'll have a tavern because dwarves like to hang out in taverns. Oh, number 4 actually. All these. Oh, wait. Perfect. Door, closest material. I'll need those two. Maybe that one as well. Put this into number 1. Remove that one. Microcline is fine. Magnetite, well, I need magnetite for stuff. So that's not coffee. Oh, that's unfortunate. Whoa. Right, after placement. Well, we have a lot of chalk blocks, so we might as well start with that one. And we can now do construction stairs, chalk blocks. And this is here because I just used chalk blocks to build this wall here. So this remembers what was the last material I used to build anything. Here, click. And there we go. So now this stairs down, but then there's no stairs down here. Now build stairs from, from below up. Now, they should have nice bedrooms now at least, but the problem is, yeah, we have migrants. Now the 16 more people have arrived. I mean, 16 people is how many we have now. So we got, what, 9 more people? So now we have here to change blueprint to standard. We do that one there and here. And we can continue with what I was talking about last time. With taking a sort of repeating but off-center pattern for the bedroom, so we don't just end up with squares and squares. Not that there's technically anything wrong with squares and squares, it's just personal preference. Anal didn't want to fully wake up. I had a little meeting this morning. With all that done, got home yesterday and now time for my spring vacation. Nice. A very lazy day. Need the rest. Yeah, I do. It's very understandable. Especially because, yeah, it sounds like you've been very busy lately. And on top of that, you've been hanging out in all the streams. Spreading good times and good vibes. I tried to make it a not square and ended up a square because I forgot to put stairs in. So now we got stairs. And there we go. I'm gonna put a storage space here. Oh. Storage space here. Except custom bars and blocks. Blocks. All. Oh, cut. No bars. I put all blocks over here. I want another storage, but this one's much bigger. So got 1, 2, 3. That. Except. Where is it? Stone. Custom. Metal ores says none. Luminous coal, it says no. And lignite, no, that should be enough. Also, don't put anything on the stair itself. I don't know if it actually matters, but I just feel like. Oh, and also, whoop, let's make it a little bigger. So I remember, yeah, there's 2 of these here, which means this storage space for blocks can grow a little bit. Now, a bunch of charcoal now can stop that task, and I do task here, which is just make coke from these 2 things and leave them both on repeat. Accept, and you will hold bar wood. And so I've seen other people do this, or read about them doing this, and I thought this seems like a good idea. Because you can have here, because we have Z levels, so we can have a workshop, and it's like storage could be above it. But, well, that's actually pretty good. Or, you know, that way around it, so we can have this way, we have stone, economic, bituminous coal, and lignite. And all metal ores, actually. A store here above. Move these two. Set. Oh, right. Stockpile. Make you a little bigger. No reason for you to not be in contact with that wall. Same for you to not be in contact with that one. Over here, I have a sneaky plan. I do know some dark arts. Now I need to build myself a table here. Claystone table. Material, claystone table. Fantastic. Then we build a furniture chair. After placement, right there. Claystone throne, and save one there. And with this, I do believe we click on zones, we click on office, we click on multi. Click those two. Now we have 2 offices done. Now I'll do something I should have done a long time ago. Which look at the nobles and administrators menu and give tasks. Or dudes, lol, winter's my busy season. Oof. Well, then it sounds like it's a good thing that, you know, spring is upon us. You know, the tough times are done. So here's our expedition leader. Now we need a broker. No, we need a bookkeeper. We need a broker eventually. Proficient record keeper of Soksul the planter. Well, he will now be our bookkeeper. And then we need a manager. Like it says here for the tooltip, so manager who handles work orders. Once your fortress makes reach a certain population, the manager must work in an office to validate work orders. Oh, I thought they always had to have an office. Good to know. So expedition leader is also the manager. Makes sense. Now click here so we can see the zones. So you can see I can click on this zone, for example, which now already has a table. Someone's putting a chair in here, and I'll click this plus sign of a dwarf to make sure our expedition leader, who is also our manager, has an office to work in. Second one, same thing, except this one's for the bookkeeper. So now our dudes have workspaces that will make life easier. Oh shit. Okay, that's gonna be tricky for me. No real reason other than just I'm gonna want to keep all this. Or like, no, dig it out, because I'm a greedy boy, greedy dwarf. The only way I know how to dig is too greedily. Oh, need some more rooms there as well, because these are okay. 2 minutes coal. I want that. This. I want this. Chalk, limonite. Limonite. So I'm gonna have to start smelting that iron ore soon. Oh, end of the map. Oh dear. Let's see, can I smooth that then? Ooh, fantastic, I can. Good. Anyway, good. Okay, little rough hewn chalk walls. Doable. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get these floors marked for smoothing before these guys topple all the walls. Because if nothing else, that'll help me just see slightly better where the walls are going to need to be eventually. Ooh, Discord. Those are pretty cute. Pretty cute indeed. Don't dig too deep. Trekkie, I mean, that is the only way to dig. And how you doing, man? You getting sleep? Did you ring all those elders? Wait, that's dumb. I was smoothing that wall. I can't see. There we go. That is good. That is good. There we go. There we go. That should get us some more homes for our little dwarfy boys. Oh, right. We have work orders now, so we can make bins. Wooden bin. Like 10 of those. Smelt hematite more. Iron bars is less than 10. Like big iron bars. Less than 10. And what else? And then after that it is make steel bars. There we go. Thinking about breakfast diner. Nice. But if only deal with all of the stuffies, did it even win the shopping trip? Yeah. I know the feeling. Especially, yeah, it's fun because the issue we've been having with Mira, with the missus is, you know, we find all the stuffies and we like buying the stuffies for the doggos to rip and tear. They do very much enjoy that. We'll have damn it. Breakfast diner, that sounds pretty cool. We don't have really have those around here. But they has buns. It's Easter. An Easter bun murder is, I guess, the best bun murder. Now these guys are doing this stuff, so that means the stills and shit should also go here. Yeah. And this actually like that, I think. By 2, 4. There we go. There we go. Nice. Kitchen still. Storage. Our future tavern. We'll look into it. Call them conies. Got them on every corner. Murder, maybe the chocolates. Ooh. Get alive. Why there no Western or the rest other? I don't know. You'll have to ask Jesus. I just want unlimited coffee and biscuits with gravy. Well, that does sound. That sounds pretty nice, to be honest. Now. Make a wood. Disgust him. With stone. All ores. Minus. Look at that. Jesus isn't returning to my calls, man. Obviously, you're not getting drunk enough on his blood. Isn't that what it was? I want to eat biscuits made of his meat and then dine on his blood. And when finally the end of days comes, then everyone should get ready to... Let's see. Autumn. Oh shit, we gotta make something we can trade. Oh. Right. We need to put buckets. I pushed the wrong buttons. Annoying when I click this, but it does automatically go there. And it's a little bit annoying. Bucket. Make wooden bucket. Increase in importance. Thank you very much. Need bookkeeper, stoneworker, stray boar, magnetite, limonite, sardonyx. The Ferrero share hazelnut eggs. I'm a big bunny. Ooh, that sounds pretty nice. Right then, before eating them though, that is usually recommended. I would agree. I think we're good. Chalk block for a little while. And doors. Construction. Wall. Chalk blocks. Seems about right. Where's that thing not being smoothed? Then we construct furniture. Closest. 1, 2. That's the last of it. All right. Make 20 beds. Workshop. One thing I will be needing very quickly. Mechanic. Chalk, fine. And a metalsmith. Stockpile, a new hole. Sure, all bars. Gonna store with a bad idea. Ooh, it's rough, bunny. Remove the barrels from here. I'm not entirely certain why, but it has been recommended that you should not have barrels in your seed pile. I'm assuming it makes it difficult for the dwarves to move stuff back and forth. Oh, there's still shit here. Oh, damn. Sheer animals, mate. On an infinite loop. Cave Wheat Pigtail Temple. Alright. Alright, we don't have a trade depot, so we gotta get that thing done quickly. Fossil material, fine. Mahogany logs. I'm okay with this. Merchants to trade depot. The liaison on the mountain homes. Your doggy day dog. No, but it's not time yet. I know you want it. You can't have it. Settling clusters. I'm guessing I have... Yeah, no, they're good. Alright, so the dwarves are fortressing. Fortresses are dwarving. There's a kind of stuff's happening. We have, diplomacy buttons. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Expedition leader Melville Dustatel meets with outpost liaison Bomrek Erithdumat. The world is the same as ever. Alright. Oh, what's new? Nothing. Still need to buy seeds. I'm gonna bring me some of all of it. I'm not gonna buy it, but I might need to bring it to me anyway. Sure. Next year they want splints and short swords. Alright. Meantime. Placement. Chalk blocks. All. Use that to build Polish snares. I'll get a block. Oh, okay. Construction wall. Sure. Wall there, there, here, there. Only hope they're not too dumb. There we go. Good. Oop. One there. Ah, I was too dumb. Alright. And we doors closest. Excellent there. Furniture. Beds. Close bed. Oh no. Tragic. Adding task. 5, 6, 7, 8. Al Smith. You can probably make something. Iron? Making pig iron. Nothing to catch. Bonus operator cancer shield animal, no creature. Minor castle building creature occupying site. Merchants are unloading their goods. Excellent. Oh, anything interesting here? Nope. What do I have? I'm gonna sell to these buggers. Oh, also, don't show that again. Need a broker. Who is our competent negotiator, competent persuader, adequate persuader, competence? Expedition. Do this as well. These guys have got more skills though. Skilled, competent, adequate, competent. So, Kibish. He got the best skills of talking the most bullshit. Oh shit, we actually have a medical dwarf. But a sheriff, no. Militia? No. Messenger? Perhaps. I don't know, Mason? There you go. Alright, let's try again. See, now we can see the values because of a broker where someone's actual job is to figure out how much things are worth. What do you got? Oh, we're not selling those. Drink none. How could I have drink none? Because I forgot to put still work. That's why. And I need to take the gather shit from nature. Oh, bitter oranges. Oh, there's so much fruit here as well. You get it all. Gather all of that. You raise goobers and then gather fruit. I don't know. That seems like a good area. We shall accept, and you will not go. You can either gather it from shrubs or the ground. There you go. Let's get some fruits in here. I don't know, let's make a weird stockpile. Oh, feck it. Weird stockpile. Press accept. Go to custom. Go to food. I believe fruit and leaves. Sure. Excellent. Oh, right. I got the check. Did they actually have anything of any value? I can sell them some coke. I can sell them a steel bar. I don't wanna. Fine. I only have one. Some beds. Chalk. Bread and cloth. Chalk, steel, iron. Sure, bring these bins first with like some value in it. Oh. Nice. I know we bring because I forgot to make like crafts and things. Alert! Where is the trade depot? Yeah, I know they got one now. So now these buggers should be bringing stuff up here. Custom, finished goods none, furniture none, gems none, leather none. Yeah, there's nothing you should be storing here right now. Except none. Allow those plants. None. None. There you go. Cancel food trick for plants. Need unrotten fermentable plants. Well, you'll get there. See? All these buggers bringing stuff for plants. Waiting for 3 items. Broker requested. Shouldn't take too long now. Stoneworker. Remove that thing. Also, rock pot. Make rock pot. Make rock jug. Less than 10. Less than 10. And all of you should be made out of jet. Jet pot, jet jug. I do believe there's something called like a large. Ah! Oh. Up, up. Large. Glaze a large clay stone pot. Shell, shiny, silver, shining, shield, sure. Rock gem. Rusty. No? No gems. Oh well. 29. One item. There we go. Then we trade. What do we got? What do we have anything with jet blocks? No. Rough gems? No. No. Chains? Maybe. Rifle future. Well, I mean, especially because it's just ropes. Water skin, sure. I'll consider these. Clear glass with car. Actually, I do need things like these, I think. I don't know if I need the cages right now. Barrels with venom, beer. Get the beer. Wine and the rum. Ale, 5,500. Okay, all my bins. Trader loss. It's already too much. Already too greedy. There we go. Pigtail, dwarven weeds. Dimple cup. Dimple cup. Dimple. Bastard. There we go. So, all of the car. We give up on that one. Give up on these. We don't need the fancy rope. We just need some ropes. There we go. Oh. That's acceptable. What the car? Grab that one, KB board. All of those. Get my dudes to move a couple of our socks, I guess. Bunny squeak of anguish from the ether. Oh, you poor thing. It is a tragic situation when you get caught up with so much cute and you just can't have it. Chests, by eggs. So we got sand. Nah. Just in general, just get bags. Pigtail, sure. Dimple cup. Grab some leather. Great. Attempt a piece of burning cannot possibly hold such a load. Oh. All right. Shit's too heavy, yo. Wait, stop selling him fucking rocks. I can sell them. Not bad. Okay, 1000% get. I don't need. Drop my man. Hell, well, hello there, Yarkis. How you doing? I'm doing okay. I've had a fun day. Got some game dev stuff done. Found out problems, and I need to figure out solutions. But we're getting there. Now I'm dwarfing the forts and doing my best. All right. How about? I think I sold this fucker some. I give you everything except my steel. Right? What? Thank you for the business. Ah, awesome sauce. We're done. No trader. I'll get the stuff away from there. Hey, Burdette, well, thank you. Yarkis, thank you. Yeah, we got some stuff done, and then I was getting into a sort of a brain lock, and I couldn't figure out how to continue. I thought, wait, no, I need to like just research and figure the stuff out, and it's time to start playing. So we're dwarfing some forts. Starting with my very first Dwarf Fortress. I started with a new fortress after a long while of doing other stuff. Brew drink from plants. There you go, friendo. How do you make the dimple cups then? Dimple cups. Dimple cups. Opener. Sheer animal, spin thread, milk animal. I don't know, make cheese. Okay, drink has gone up. Here's my storage of shit for now. Except this one just holds stone. No, custom. Metal, none. Economic, skull, lignite, none. Oh. Oh. Wait, that was stupid of me. Bacon, nuggets. Accept. Custom. Stone. Wow. How the game did going? It is going slowly but surely. It is. It's being very fun and interesting challenge. I will admit that. I get to do, try out new things. Done. You and figure out new challenges. Because I've been doing my sort of the weekends, the 3-hour game jam, the try jam, which can be super fun, and now I'm realizing, and that has like enabled me to well figure out more like what I need to do, what I want to do, but also now I know I need to I figure out more about, data structures and all that. A slightly better understanding of what I'm actually trying to achieve, because I realized, okay, what I want to do now, I need to organize the information that I have, the data, in a better way, and like figure out what is the flow of, from point A to point B of information and so on. Like, how do I get the So I want like a spell system that I design. How do I get that to work? Well, spell needs to know what kind of runes are in it. What do the runes do? Where do they get power from? Where do we give out their output? All that jazz. There was okay. And that is quite an interesting challenge to me. Boom. There we go. What do we want? I want to stop here. Understandable. Sometimes you just want to get stuffed. Look at the bedrooms. Now look multi, so we get multiple bedrooms. 8 more, and here's 7 more. No, oh, good. I need more beds. Do we have any beds? There we go, there's one. These are all smooth. Now we'll run out of bed. Also, the idea of the shape is also because this means we have enough space to sort of neatly put in a coffer or a chest and a wardrobe. We're gonna end up with happy little goobers. Next bin is 12, and yet there isn't a single one. Bin. One. Bin. Add new task. Weapons. Steel. Pick. Weapons. Steel. Pick. Pick. I should keep us going for a little bit. Excuse me. Do you want to be stuffed? Yeah. I mean, hey, who doesn't? Especially with Easter coming. All that chocolates, you know? You want to be like, I mean, what else? How else could you understand that? Right, chocolate. Mm-hmm. Big black chocolate bunny. Oof. Do like me some dark chocolate. It's true. Oh, right. I don't have any beds left, do I? Did. God damn it, more migrants keep on turning up. Keep on being too good. Archers left. Buckets. It's like 9. Yeah, well, that's fine. Oh, we got a bunch of steel pigs. Look at our labor menu here. Oh, there you go. Broker and well, you're also a miner now. Congratulations. We're just gonna remove all miners. And now they should, I believe, all switch over to steel picks. At least I hope so. We'll of course need a storage area for all our lovely goods. We produced. Yeah, it'll work. Cave spider remains. I'm guessing a cat got to it. Smelt. Jet pot, jet jug, wooden bin. We also need make rock coffers out of claystone. 40 of those. Rock. Is it cabin? Yes. Times 40. Made out of claystone. There we go. And there were no pets and livestock. Cool. F1. And check out zones. Check out the pasture. What do we have here? Stray water buffalo. You should probably go there. Cabby boar. I don't know. You need to go anywhere. Donkey needs to go there. Goat. I don't know. Do goslings need to? No, geese are pretty aggressive, so they don't need to graze. Reindeer looks like they should graze. There we go. Now look here at pets and livestock. We do have some stray dogs that can be trained. We'll train them to be war dogs. Please. No trader, no merchants. I'm assuming people are slowly but surely hauling this shit away from here. Ooh, a petition. West Fellowship has many worshippers of in-named relic. Now requires a temple and a priest. Sure. Name food forever. Strawberry seeds. Cool. Now this would be the tavern, so I guess we could make the temple here as well. By 5, 8 by 7. There we go. I'll make a fine temple. Native platinum. Jesus. Oof. I can probably need some native platinum walls there, right? Native platinum cavern floor. Oof. Let's hope the dwarves like that. Construction wall. Where are my bricks? Let's go with chalk. I want y'all smooth this place out. Line could be cool. Now for the tavern, I do believe. Now, first of all, I want some doors around here. There we go. So this is the kitchen, some storage area. In fact, I might have to make this bigger, but it'll be fine. And then this will be our tavern. Kind of thinking I should maybe do this thing just like that. Gonna happen, and we'll fill that with tables and then chairs. And this will be like the dancing area, I hope. Yeah, a little bigger. Oh, temple. Good. Do we have any doors? Oh, we do not. Oh, doggos are going wild. Now, door. Make a rock door. That's super high importance. Really care what you do it with. We have the mechanisms, and we think we have some cages, which means I can finally go here, build, trap, cage, explosive material. There we we go. And these should be like, alright, will be the guest rooms. Wall. Ah. I think I'll use these. No, some more chalk. I'll plug that one up too, because then we can have a. Yeah. There's no need for the rooms to be plus sign. Them can be squares like that. These can be squares. Have a possible opening into somewhere. Somewhere that we'll figure out eventually. We'll put a door there. Nice claystone door. And now, add new task. Make rock altar a microcline so it'll look neat. New shall become right, that's the guy. Workshops, we don't have any craft dwarf. Crafts. Match that one, we have to be chalk, I believe. Oh, cancel. Workshop. Crafts. That's the placement. Chalk blocks. Mustamies, indeed. That is. Wild songs they made. Wild, wild songs. Back in the day. No, what the fuck? Oh no, good, it went right. Oh, I was worried there for a sec. Yeah, what was our work orders doing? We got almost 20 coffers, cabinets. Jet is apparently mostly untouched. Okay, what to eat for tonight? That's the real question. Ah, what to have for dinner? The eternal question, I'd say. It's very hard to, find the time. I feel. Look here at bedroom multi. 23 rejected and 6 created. Done. So now we have more than enough bedrooms at least for our goobers. And oh right, we don't have a refuse spot. Blue jade. I don't know what is what's a good place for trash. We're gonna make some kind of trash pit, right? So let's see. This is where that area. I don't think I'm building that much stuff here, like really high up. So let's say we go down here. Even further down. There you go. Also, I want to cut those gems, would you? let's see. Our nobles, we need a militia commander. We have no one with any relevant skills. How useful. Well, how about this here? Minor. Well, press Q. Sure, create new squad. Metal armor. Assign positions. Proficient fighter. Peasant. Siege operator. I'm just choosing people like randomly. I got no idea what makes it good. There we go. Now we technically have a squad. Germany, tetrahedrites. What the? Ruby. Nice. A bunch of traps here in case someone tries to come in from here. Okay, we go down here. Oxul Rade Rabedletmos, the bookkeeper, withdraws from society. Oh no. Coati is fighting at the dog. What exactly is a Coati? Coati attacks a stray dog, but she jumps away. Coati, mutilated corpse. Looks like some kind of rat creature. Alright, we're gonna want those animals down underground. Like kinda soon. Tetrahedrite. Right, we might because I'm gonna make like a trash hole. It does mean I'm gonna dig all that thing even further down. Now will this become an excessive trash hole? I don't know. I don't know enough about this game and trash hole needs. Rough-hewn limestone. I'm even gonna smooth the walls. I was thinking like, what if I like throw in a beastie or something? Who has created Lundastot, a clay stone figurine of Sibrek puzzle rings. She claims it as a family heirloom. Oh, isn't that fancy as shit? Right. The rocks there. I want those rocks though. And if I chalk blocks, sure. Build a wall there. Works. Alright, I need more doors apparently, and no, yes, rock door. Make a rock door of what material? What do we have? A lot of clay stone. Save the jet for the jugs and pots. And of course. Oh no, there we go. Oh. Boom. Boom, there we go. And metallic goblets. Like almost 30 people, and every task makes 3 goblets, I believe. So we can make 10 units of goblets. And we can make them extra valuable because I believe steel goblets. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Works for me. Works for me, friendos. Something cool. Let's claim stoneworker. dog. Price of praise. Winter's arrived. Stone cutter. A water buffalo. Make bed, smelt or smelt shit has been. Needs empty food or storage item. Zoom. And resume. Needs empty cage. Oof. Make me. Oh. Here. Oh, the only metal I'm. There we go. Iton! No, Iton is not a thing, so we're gonna make some iron cages for the cage traps. Why iron? Because we have iron. 10 of those. Or should I make them out of steel? I mean, can things break out of cages? I have no idea. Let's look at stocks. Barrels, bars. 23 iron bars and 13 steel bars. So, in other words, I say that wins. They have lamb. Lamb is tasty. I very rarely eat it, but every now and then I feel like, you know what? I have an option that has a lamb. I know it's not very popular, but I also enjoy mutton every now and then. There's malachite here, so let's cut into that so we can start making copper as well. Right now, everything's running from this very small amount of production. Iron cage. Oh, sure. Oh, lamb is younger. Mutton is an older sheep. Pretty much. And they have very distinct taste difference. Like, it's very obvious. The older they get, have you ever smelled an adult lamb? Or there's like the fat that comes off like linoleum or something. And that it's like sort of sheep oil smell, then also start permeating the meat itself, and it is a very distinct flavor difference. Whereas the lamb is younger, so it doesn't have that strong flavor in there already yet, so it tastes more like the meat tastes more meaty, pretty much. I'm thinking finished goods. No, custom. Finished goods, yes, and furniture. That's good. Those guys can go hang out there. Ooh, and also, why not weapons? For now. We're making shit here. In fact, make shit. Sard. To the point. I think I'm gonna have to cut into these spaces here a little bit. We need more storage space here. Yes, we do. Oh, and then I guess I could start on a airlock project. I'm gonna make a door here, put some traps here, maybe another door here, and then I'll mine that one out, and then buggers can try to come out here and deal with all of this. In the meantime, that's another work order for a steel. Or serrate. There we go. Adamantine, bismuth, bronze, flowing, rusted, large serrated steel disc. Don't think I need 10 though. I could do with 5. Thank you very much. Yeah. Full of work. Good. Yeah. Full of stuff. Good. Now. Carnelian and Galena. Galena means lead. Malachite or of copper. Cool. I don't know. Do I want this? Hard to say. Hard to say in this game sometimes, because I'm like, okay, cool, lead, but your fortress is out of food, is your farm plot working, make sure you're planting edible plants, start building a butcher's. Oh. We are. And I'll collect all this random shit outside. And expand your food collection endeavors. There you go, friendos. Go collect some stuff. Okay, that's all walled in. Wish I could come here and collect those gems as well. Ah, maybe if I made a more specific gem storage, that could also work. Fine, left like a month. I get my cappuccino powder. Ooh, nice. Very good. That does sound like a lovely and tasty and delicious goodness there, my friend. Ah. Let's put one there. Accept. Custom. Just. None of these cut things though. But all the rough stuff. There you go, friendo. I'm gonna need more bedrooms soon, I think. Now, there's a way to do this sort of like semi-automatically, where you sort of record macros and use those to, and use your keyboard to control the mining sort of reticle. But I'm only experimenting with that a little bit, and it was a little difficult. That mine can continue that way. Ebonite. Okay, so if I click at doors. There we go. Completely forgot I was making a thing. Offering place. Microcline altar. Engrave. Floor around it. There we go. There we have a nice little temple. Meeting area. So, let's try again. Meeting area from here to there. It's acceptable. Accept. Plus. Temple. No specific deity. Furniture. Chest. Wood. Cedar. Claystone door. And we get sweet potato. Nice. I do enjoy the sweet potato myself. My favorite types of potato, even though it's, it's not really a potato, but still. Tasty shit, yo. There you go, smooth that stuff out. is this? Resume. Here we go. And out of taking over the spaces. Very slowly moving somewhere. Got their beds. Max spins 24. Workshop. Where is my carpenter? You out of job blocks. Why not? Need to come back and get the plantano maduros. Fried plantain bananas. Ooh, and that's pretty goddamn delicious. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, plantains aren't very they're like usual around here. Okay, so let's look at cage traps here. Put 2. Those are meant for those. Get past. Let's use pistol mechanism. One to 10. Oh, that sounds horrifying, to be honest. Steel. Red steel disc. Oh yeah, I eat and all the good stuffs. Yeah, plantains. Yeah, I guess I like never just got that popular restaurant here, so it can almost be a little hard to find, but it does sound quite delicious. Space bin. Space? No. Wooden bin. Yeah, sure. I think like how many bins should I need? And you there. Add new task. Bronze bars. You can smelt straight up the bronze. Make bronze bars, use ore. Sweet potato will be dessert. Ooh, a beautiful mushroom risotto to pair with the lamb. Dinner is complete. Oh, hot diggity dog. And you weren't lying when you said you know the good stuff. Now that sounds like a very delicious dinner setup there. Hot dog. Now, bronze. Say something I need relatively fast. I want some bronze mine carts, just because it'd be funny. And I steal mine carts. Technically, I don't need either of those, so what I need is iron mine carts, and sure, that should work out just fine. Oh, Code Marvelous, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. And mushroom risotto, the crispy duck at a restaurant was good. And that sounds very nice. Well, hello, Quite Marvelous. Glad to be here? Well, I'm glad to have you here, friend. We're here doing our best, making things. Started the day with some game dev, now we're dwarfing some forts. And I think we're all surviving. Something's dead, out of food. Oh, you're not, see, you lied to me. Nanny goats, carnelian gleanas. Wood iron cage completed. Over. Need 3 iron bars, cool. Now we have traps. Now it's time. Chat. Oh wait, no it isn't. I thought it was, I lied. Look at stocks. Look at bars. Where are we? We are at 3 steel bars left. That sucks. The good thing is they're on the list here, so they'll just keep making them anyway. So that's good. So that means adamantine ballista arrow. How about you don't? I'm gonna make steel. Should make steel battle axes. An axe dwarf does sound pretty cool. Are we doing something specific or just a general fortress build? I'm relatively new to the game, so I'm hoping to get more steel and glass. Just make something nice. So I'd say a general fortress build is what I'm going for right now. I played a little bit like 9 years ago, and it was super fun. And no helm. I'm here just hoping for the best. Steel gauntlet. Axe, helm, leggings, gauntlet. We need a steel breast. And a steel. Hello there, Space Pants 333. Hope their pants are nice and spacious. And hope you're having a wonderful day in them. Shield, that's the one. Breastplate, gauntlet, leggings. Oh, and steel high boots. Oh. A low boot, sure. Let's be making those. Helm. Well, that's a breastplate and shield. Steel mail shirt. There we go. We're nowhere near enough producers of things. We'll remove this guy. Make another one here. Microcline. Welcome back from the ad. Furnace. Yes, microcline smelter right there. I'll go to dwarfing. Well, it's so far so good. We live. We've survived for now. We're well aware of the precarious nature of the game. Even if I'm relatively new to this. And oh shit, yeah, we gotta put those in here. Hot diggity dog. Let's see here. Furniture. Chest. Stone. Take care of my boys. Goyles. Gotta get these guys some nice bedrooms. cabinet. Gotta say, God, this game has amazing an amazing soundtrack. In the beginning, especially when I'm playing this, I noticed like streaming this game can be a little difficult because, well, one, it takes a lot of focus. To stare at this thing and try to figure out how everything works. And then, on top of that, the soundtrack just kicks so much ass. What about you, Space Bands? How are you doing? Think. Out. Go. I like to do the little square apartment with stairs down one level and stairs up on the other with the floor in the middle for temples, so you can fit like 64 dwarves in a very small space. That's very smart. I got like some forging happening here, some crafting, a little bit of storage, some living here. Above here is... Well, this is meant to be our industry area. Oh shit, I completely forgot to make tables and stuff. That's kind of important. Roll tab, CK. So supposed to make a tavern, but I kind of forgot. I get distracted easily. And here's, see what happens. What do we have? Bunch of microline. I am totally okay with this. Microline tables. Microline thrones. 10. Let's make 20. Just focus, dude. I'm just here doing my best with my very limited knowledge. Some things that I remember from back in the day. Otherwise, just doing my best building a fort, having a good time. Trying to learn all the secrets. Oh. Reached the first cavern sort of by accident. This left me a little nervous. Why is there still shit here? Oh. And there. Okay. Some food and stuff. About. Maybe gather. Nope, not fruit. Or like, can these be like gather these? Oh, dead young tower cat. Okay, cool. Some food from the outside. That's nice. Sweet pots. Lump helmets. Lump helmets. Lump helmets. Lump helmets. An elven caravan and from Kaniniemi has arrived. Oh shit! And they built the entire thing out of wood. Trade depot. Well, I hope they're not too pissed. Same dogs and cats. Speaking of dogs and cats, how are they looking? Pets and livestock. Can they be trained? Nah, maybe. Don't really know. Like animal training. It has to be like here. At least it doesn't have to. So this will be what we have. How many tables is that? Alright, cool. Tables. Microcline tables. We have one chest. Oh, wait, is this? Weathered clashes. Temple complex. Okay. Now furniture. Table. Choose after placement. Recline. Furniture. Chair. Placement. Make a storage space right there for prepared meals. Drink. Sure. And then workshop, farming. These still here. Make it out of, let's see. Guess you're doing limestone blocks then. Farming. Butcher. Workshop, farming, actual kitchen. Yeah, it should work. There. Jake Heavybore has been missing for a week. Worker Tourmaline. Task done. Arrived. Jaybor dog. No migrants. Masterpiece microclient. Nice. Just got 50% off my new dad slippers. Ooh. Well, that sounds quite nice, little bunny. Dad slippers are nice and big and soft. And generally delightful. They're, I don't know, easy meals. From plant now and forever. Now, if I do this one, meeting area. There we go. Okay. I do actually want you to wait. Accept. Turn into tavern. And I can do. Do I have doors? Place stone. Yes. Those, and then we do furniture, bed. I only had the one project. Yeah, wear and go through dad slippers. Stray war dog, nice. Hey! Got some tavern music now. Dwarf Dance Party? Heck yeah, Code Marvelous. Sorry, 10 out of 10. Nice. The Tavern Keeper. The Woodcutter. Liar, Judge of Intent, Flatterer, Persuader. Congratulations, you're our tavern keeper now. That should keep him happy. We got running low on food, running low on a drink. Track stop. Fuck. Okay. This was up, down, up. This one cancel. Try again. Down. Up, down, down. All right, and then we have a general storage dump, I guess, here. And you just grab, custom everything except seeds. Have we got any crazy stories from plays yet? In addition to all the unusual monsters and goblin stories, once the two dwarves fight over a cat, and one killed the other, and the other got maimed and lost an eye. Sheriff banished him, and years later came back with the goblins trying to find the cat. Dude, no. I've only been playing now this for, I'd say, a week. So sadly, no super cool stories for me just yet. I'm still trying to learn. Figure it all out. Slowly but surely. Alright. Get some food now. Low on drink again. What are these? Mangoes. Gather fruit. Gather all this, you crazy bastards. Except, don't go into trees. The merchants are embarked on the... Oh, they'll be leaving... Okay, well, that's fine then. Masterpiece steel helm. Excellent. How's it going with the production? Helms, leggings, gauntlets. We got some battle axes. That's good. Shields might be important. Couch really important to him. It's also me neither. It is tricky. And Code of Marmoth, that is super cool. One of these days, we'll have super cool stories of our own. Eventually. You got plants and fruits and leaves, that's about it. Seeds. We are doing plump helmets. Things are happening, that's A-okay. Shear animals forever. Spin thread. Spin thread. Cancel. Honey badgers fighting. Nothing nanny goats. Dotan. Oh well. Tragic. There you go. Then I want you guys to use chalk blocks. Zone. Accept. Top zone of a pit. Citizen will not fill this pit below with water. Good. Throw animals. How did garbage dump work? Items designated for dumping will be tossed into open air spaces, including the zone. Oh. There you go. Fine. Cancel that one. Action wall. Allows once by letting in a bunch of elves entertained by dwarves. All the dwarf children grew up wanting to become poets and dancers like the elves in the dining hall. I sent my military in to get rid of them, and everyone went crazy, killed each other since the elves were their friends. Ooh, that sounds tricky, mate. Right, now someone's gonna build that thing. These are smooth. Wait. It's too late now. Now I have a hole there. That is for the trash, right? Or can I like do a... Anyone haul refuse? This steel battle actually done. Can I do that? Refuse? It's actually custom for refuse. Oh, not. That's not what I want. Okay, I got food growing up. We're making seed, drink, and it'll be okay for a while here. I don't know why that is there. It's fine. Alright. Now... Yeah. Add new rounds. Here. Rename... Oh. Rename this on Wood 1. Assign a mine cards. Sure. Set the item desired. It is all wood. Think a stockpile. We will take items from there. The conditions at this point do not matter. Rob Rabisek, a limonite mug. She offers it to the lucky bent daggers. The lucky bent daggers now? Assume we are. Perfect. Add new round. That one. We shall call you 4-1. Bow. Take metallic ores, luminous coal, lignite. Now, I got too excited. There we go. There we go. Round. That one. You are. Stone one. Around. And that one's working as intended. This one. Have that. Ah. Takes you there. Thank you very much. Stone 31. Takes you from there. Oh. Made it fairly unscathed. Well, that's good. Alright, now we can get all the wood from the surface and shit to survive. I got pots. Made of jet. Barrels of other stuff. Drink 87, food 31. This paint. Make bigger. There we go. Now furniture, bed. Oh. I need a hospital. Also means I need water. A lot of my fighting will actually happen further down. At least possibly. Oh, right. You guys, guess what? I'm gonna start constantly training. Wait. Hang on. I forgot. We don't have a barracks just yet. This needs a little tweaking. There we go. As we eat, nap, and game. Ooh, that sounds like a wonderful combination. A series of activities. Oh, well, I'm doing the gaming right now, and hopefully then later I'll be able to do some dining, and eventually, maybe some napping. Nah, probably not. I have to skip the nap and just wait for a nice good chance to sleep. Now, doors. We don't have enough doors. We should do door out of place though. A bunch of. We'll deal with that eventually. I was supposed to deal with this soonish. We'll get there. So, yeah. Maybe that way. It's chalk, lignite, jade. Okay, good. I shouldn't get out of control. Steel part completed. All right. When I click this, I kind of wish I could start immediately writing, but no, after that, I still have to click here, and then we do bronze armor stand, bronze weapon rack. Oh, and now I have some bronze, but do I have enough bronze? Yes. Steel, ooh, single one. Well, still working on it. There we go. Now I got all that much more neatly organized. Delightful. I want a similar system for these though. Oh, quick check though. Stockpile. Good. How about you? Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what the heck this guy does. Extract from land animals. I don't know. Wheelwright gauntlet. Ooh, lovely. Need more flux boulders. Ooh, what do you know? What? Human caravan from Colemon. Right, well, I mean, hopefully that'll be. That should be fine. Mudstone, limestone. Well, limestone is one of the things I might try that is good for fluxing. Let's do a nice little 10 by 10. Like that. And that. By 11. 12 by 9. There we go. Got this big old space for something. Well, shit. Cancel those plans then, friendos. Well, I mean, not this one. That might still work. Yeah. 10 by 11. Yep. Oh, diplomacy. Well, Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to our people. There is much to discuss, much to share. Request for the caravans. I don't know, training weapons or something. You want cheese and toys. And right now, move goods. Bunch of seeds and shit. Got some alcohol. Plant barrel. Well, won't be giving you that one, I guess. The bins, bar block bins. Iron, bronze. Just goods. Maybe. Iron bars. No. Gems. Sure. That reminds me. I'm collecting my gems and shit now, but I'm not doing anything with them. Oh, right. Who the heck is that in my tavern? Oh, it's one of those humans that just allowed to enter our domain. Now, let's see. No. You see, make it smaller like that. Then we can put. Yep. Where is my gem dude? There he is. And sure, use the micropline, friendo. Hey, love the mustache dude. How's it going? Thank you very much, probably Jody. I hope you're having a lovely day with your friend, and thank you for complimenting the mustache. The fort is coming along pretty okay, I'd say. Not that I know very much. I'm doing my best. Now, head treasurer. All these people are fighting. And yeah, I am still relatively new to the game. Like I played a little bit of this like 9 years ago, but I have since then needs tin bearing boulders. Human head treasure of all has shared few rumors. Ooh. How do I into rumors? Date 21st, hematite. Where do I... Justice. Yeah. Definitely a good time to get back into it. Yeah. So I played a little bit and it was fun and all, but it was also a little, disappointing. I mean, it was hard to get into it back in the day a little bit. I still tried my best, but now I am, trying to get back in, and it is a wonderful, wonderful game. Work the assign this creature as a work animal for a specific citizen or resident. Assign trainer to this creature. Okay, yeah, no. Nice, and not that one. This one. Have any other animal that needs grazing? No. Dogs are increasing, which is good. This is our saddest little farm. The Black Mamba fighting, holy shit. Where? I'm enraged. Trade. So what do you got? Anything I might want? Nope. Maybe these. Nope. That one actually, maybe. Not for that price though, but I can go grab that one. That one. A cat. Maybe. I don't know if that's valuable. Well, probably Jody. Well, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you have a absolutely fantastic day, my friend. I'm here to try and figure out what do I do now. Like gloves. Gloves. There we go. Mittens. I don't know, man. Dingo leather. Fish. 13, 15. I'm gonna sell him some shit. I don't want to sell them my goblets, but I can sell them a whole bunch of rough gems. Great loss is at 800 still. I wish I could close this one after I decided to sell the entire thing. Oh shit, you're not getting that one. I'll tell you that one. Contains an item. Lovely. Sell a couple of these. Like your business. Lovely. Seize. No. Trader. Bins. Bring it back, please. And there we go. Yes. Definitely a good time to get back into it. Yeah, also because it's just so much fun. I remember because, the ASCII stuff with the tile map was nice enough, but, it was sort of like hard to control. The UI and the mouse controls are just delightful. Make this such a much easier game now. It feels, more or less actually playable. Oh crap, I keep on forgetting what I'm supposed to do. And one of the things I was supposed to do was turn this into a military thingamajig. Alright, I should have... What? What are you doing? Breastplates, slow boots, shields. Oh, right. I need more of these metalsmith's forges. Which means add new task. And furniture. played the original version to, but it had the steepest learning curve because the UI was so opaque. Yeah, and that was because it seemed like super promising, super fun, but it was a little hard to get into it. And then, other games happened, and then I lost interest for a while. But it always like stuck in the back of my mind, like, I'd love to get back into this at some point. I don't know where to get this, so I'm gonna do it through here. I'm gonna go here and steel anvil. We don't need 10. We could do with, I don't know, 3. Pop that up in importance. Max out most important, so that our forger dude can get some forgery friends. Masterpiece yellow boots, shell sanity, broker. Somebody's fighting. Steel helm, shade rumors. Add new task, cut gems forever. That's all you do. The fuck is that? A troll! Tragic. That is why I need to get my military people trained so that I can block that open. Got some traps here. Got weapon trap with 5 large serrated steel discs, which hopefully should remain in action, and then I can cover all these holes in floor and make this my little underground farming area. That's the plan, at least. Then I don't have to worry about remaining open up top. And oh right, but like that. Except custom gems cut. Whatever. Almost sneezed. Oh, thankfully, only almost. Now, I think my bar block thing is doing okay. This one should be just bar block as well. More from building. I guess I could add other stuff. Open strap components. Stone. Ah, right. Oh, for statues. That's something we need as well. Why don't you just make some random ass? Make rock statue out of microcline. I like microcline. Looks all snazzy. Oh, we need more. I don't know if we need, but I want more jets. And we need more space for this here stockpile. I'm pretty sure I'm overproducing all kinds of stuff and underproducing more important stuff, but yay. Doing my best, mate. Doing my best. Still, how can you not be brewing, friend? Do a very lavish meal. Unrotten prepared meals less than 10. Yeah, oh, there you go. I need to make more. And brew drink from fruit. If amount of drink is less than plant. Yes. Drink it less than 100. Then brew more. Well, it seems like my doggos have needs. That means I should probably go take care of them. Oof. Well, the fort is coming along pretty okay, though. I'm feeling okay about this. And we have sand on the map because I'm still tempted by the old legends of oh, it's not Boat Murder. No, Boat Murder is the town or something. By the fort that went in all the way down into hell. Like, I don't know if I need to do that. No, invading hell is a little outside of my skill level. But I liked the idea of the green and glass tower. So, well, these are my initial abodes. Should be more than enough for keeping us going for a little while. The idea is then eventually to get my hands on lava and make lava smelters, lava forges, and then start mass producing, well, steel also, and also then green glass and other metals that we might find. If we find nice amounts of gold, other precious metals, maybe brass as well, because I mean, brass would work, and bronze because the combination of green and yellow is a quite nice one. Many tails. No migrants. Leaving soon. Need steel. Big iron microline. Oh. How about military? Do we now have our weapon racks? Nope, nope. Yeah, oh, right, yeah, because we need the it is the smith. Good. Steel anvil. Microclimb. And rock. Salt. Green glass tower. Who needs ivory anyway? Yeah? Make rock blocks. You know what? I want microclimb blocks. And I want... If there's less than, let's say, 100 microclimb blocks, make them no microclimb blocks. That should keep the little buggers going for a while. And also, I like the idea of having like a tower that goes through multiple levels through the ground. And then I would like to like dig out the like rock and ground from around it. And if I can make, you know, like steel or some other cool materials, it'd be nice to have these like pillars that hold it up, so they, you know, like a modern like logic for building. So we have support structure made of steel or other powerful, strong materials, and green glass windows and other details, and maybe green glass and other like combinations for the floor. I think that could look quite snazzy. But as I need to go take care of my doggos, either leave you all here on with a break, or I take a break, or I end it for today. Yeah, we need chalk blocks as well. Go here. Blocks. We got chalk. In general, I don't know, like 60. Find out some of these. Either or, yeah. I was wondering if anyone else has any opinions on the matter. But if nothing else, I do also need to go make some food and other things. And I gotta say, it has been a lovely ride once again with everyone. And maybe it is better if I just raid you guys out. Other than have a hard wear and tear. Fortress 54. I love the glass floors are transparent and you can see doors moving about below. You know, I've noticed that a little bit, and I think that is one of the things I really want to do myself. And hopefully next time we'll be able to get to that point. Too much coal. I want that. Oh. And oh, I see. Well, thank you, honey. I am very happy to be here. Very happy to have gotten to be here. And I don't want to know why my dudes are like not making the things. But we'll figure it out eventually. Until then, I'll tab out into the Twitcher 2. And we'll find someone to raid you out for, so I can then go and take care of my doggos, other things. And let's see, can we find what kind of interesting things are happening? Considering you're here for this very category, do anyone I know playing? Certainly no one I know right now is playing Dwarf Fortress. It is very tragic. So, thank you probably Jody for hanging out. It was super awesome. And I'll be off for the next two days, so 48 hours. Then I'll be back on Sunday for some more game dev. So on Sunday it'll be the 3-hour game jam, and then it will be time for, and then probably after that one, probably more Dwarf Fortress, to be honest. So, you know what? I'm gonna rate you all out to Fortress 54. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. And okay, they are not playing Dwarf Fortress. They're playing Mechabellum right now, but Hazaza usually plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress, and he actually even knows what he's doing. So just in case someone didn't know, Haz, the cool dude, you should check him out. He plays a lot of cool stuff. Another also a Finnish streamer, and right now he is playing in Mechabellum, which seems to be a mech robot battling game. That seems pretty cool. You subscribe with Pop. Oh, hey, yeah. Well, what do you know? Thank you very much for the Prime subscription there. You got me all flustered. Thank you very much, Code Marvelous. I appreciate it very much. You're awesome. And hopefully I'll see you around in the future as well. Yeah, I stream from Sunday to Thursday, and then I take Fridays and Saturdays off. Well, to do other things. Anyway, I'll read you off to after that soon enough. Thank you all for turning up. It has been super fun. It is an honor. It is a privilege. I'm just delighted to have you all here. All the chatters, all the lurkers, and all the random hangers around as well. I hope you all have a lovely day, a lovely evening, and a lovely weekend. And I'll see you around next time. So, until then, ta-ta.